Hello and welcome to this introductory course for Kali Linux for hackers. We have designed this course to introduce aspiring hackers to the Linux operating system and in particular to the Kali Linux operating system. So if you're brand new to Linux, you've never used it before or you've never used Kali before, this is the perfect course for you. We're going to be building up on some basic skills and moving up gradually in the difficulty until you become proficient and very comfortable with Linux. This is not an advanced course though. You're not going to be doing any super difficult stuff and rebuilding Linux kernels and all that crazy stuff you hear about. We're not going to be doing that. Our objective from this course is to make you as comfortable as possible with Linux operating systems. So if you encounter one during an ethical hacking engagement, you know exactly what to do. Or if you decide to use Linux at home, for example, instead of Windows, you'd be comfortable with using it, setting it up, and doing the day-to-day tasks that you do with your Windows operating system. First, let me start by saying Linux is really not that scary. It really isn't. A lot of people, when they see the command line, they freak out. To them, this is like a nightmare. What I want to do is I want to take this nightmare and show you how pretty and cute and lovely it could be. And I want to give you the fundamentals and the basics and the foundations so you can build up on those gradually. And if you wish so, you can keep advancing until you become a Linux ninja. You might be wondering and asking yourself, but do I have to really do it? Do I really have to learn Linux? We did the ethics. But by the end of this course, I can guarantee you that you're going to be falling in love with Linux. When you see the kind of things and tricks that you can do, you will start to wonder, how on earth did I do that without Linux before? Needless to say, you will also face Linux targets. We saw that in the Hacking for Beginners course, and you are going to be continuously seeing that throughout your career as an ethical hacker. So you must absolutely know your way around these targets. Speaking of targets, you might think that Linux is only on Linux servers, but you'd be surprised where else you can find this operating system. For example, did you know that Android is built on Linux? In the future, we might be releasing a course on Android hacking. If you don't know Linux, you're going to struggle with that course. But if you're comfortable with Linux, I'm not saying an expert and I'm not saying an advanced user. If you're just comfortable with Linux, you're comfortable with the fundamentals that we're going to be teaching in this course, you'll find yourself sailing through the Android course very comfortably. Not only Android, wireless controllers, firewalls, even TVs, your PlayStation, there are so many devices that are based in Linux. It's all around you. You might not know it, but it really is. So trust me on this. Get comfortable with Linux and you will be doing yourself a huge favor. This course is going to be focused on Kali. That does not mean that whatever we learn is not usable on other Linux systems. Of course it will be. 90% of the things that we're going to be talking about in this course, you can use on any Linux system. However, I want you to do this course on Kali so you can start familiarizing yourself with it. Kali is built on a Linux distribution called Debian. It's built for penetration testing and for forensics analysis. It has over 300 tools, meaning that this operating system is not suited for non-pen testers. It's designed, it's built, it's architectured for pen testers and forensics analysts. If you are not interested in pen testing, Kali is not for you. So pause for a second and think about that. If you're really not interested in Kali, don't use Kali. Download any other Linux version. You can still follow up with this course. Absolutely, no problem with that at all. But maybe you want to get used to another distribution. There's a ton more. For example, Red Hat is one that you constantly see in enterprises. If in your enterprise or at work you use Red Hat, you might want to get Fedora, for example, which is the free version of Red Hat. If you want to use Linux at home, you might want to get Ubuntu. It has one of the prettiest graphical user interfaces and it's super easy to use. So, editing tool called Nano. Then we're going to be looking at some basic network configuration. Following that, we'll start having some fun with configuring services such as SSH, web service, and so on. You'll be turning your Linux box into a web server and an SSH server. Then we'll look at users and groups and how we can control those and the permissions around them. Once we're done, we'll look at process management, how we can control processes, stop them, background them. We're going to be doing some really cool stuff with processes. And last but not least, we'll look at output redirection and piping. I'm going to be showing you some practical examples from my day-to-day work, things that I use when I'm doing my job as a pen tester. And that would be part 2. Part 3 is when we start getting down and dirty with hacking. We'll set up a target, and this is going to be the first target you'll attack. There's plenty more coming. So we'll set up this target and then we'll get hacking. We're going to break into the system in so many different ways. We're going to attack it through FTP, through SSH, through a web service, through the database. We're going to hack the database passwords. We're going to pay special attention to it because it will give you some tips and tricks that you can use after you compromise a Linux host. Here's the setup that I'd like you to do before we get started. We're going to download and install Kali on a virtual machine. We've seen this before in other courses. We know what a virtual machine is and we know how to set it up. If you've not seen this before, a virtual machine emulates the functionality of a computer system. It's as if you have a separate physical computer. So you install this virtual machine software, usually VMware or VirtualBox, for example. And once that's set up on your, let's say, Windows system, inside that virtual machine, you can install another operating system, and that will be treated as a completely separate operating system. So what I'd like you to do is either install VMware or VirtualBox and then install Kali on either of them. I'm going to attach a link to a YouTube tutorial that I've done a while back. It is slightly outdated. It's an older version of Kali, but it still works perfectly fine. So go ahead, get it set up. Once you're ready, we can get started with the course. I really hope you're excited about this as I am. Hey guys, my name is Tariq and I'm your instructor for this course. It's 6:30 in the morning here and I decided to shoot this quick video just to say welcome to Hackers Academy and thank you for joining our courses. We're really thrilled to have you be part of our Hackers Academy family. And I wanted to share with you a quick tip on how Udemy rates courses in general. You'll notice that very soon you are going to get a pop-up message from Udemy asking you to give a rating for this course. And you might think, well, it's a little bit too early to be rating this course. We just need back. Let us know what you liked, let us know what you did not like, so we can make our courses even better in the future. So that's it from me. Again, welcome to our Hackers Academy family, and I really hope you enjoy our courses. All the best. Before we get cracking with our course, you need to know that every few months or every quarter of a year or so, Kali releases a new version. And following the release of the version, we update our courses telling you what changed in the new. Let me show you right off the core functionality, the tools, the settings, everything is still pretty much the same. Alright, let's move on and dig a little bit deeper. Let's have our first look at Kali. In this section, we're going to be having the workspace icon. A workspace is basically all of this, where I'm working right now. This is useful if I want to do different things in different workspaces, such as, for example, let's say I'm browsing and I'm doing some research here, and I want to also be running some commands. But I don't want to miss my visual up. I don't want to be confusing everything altogether. So to do that, I can change to another workspace. And with that, I can open the terminal, run some commands here, leave it running, go back to my workspace 1, continue browsing the internet, doing my research, and so on. Once I'm done, I can go to workspace 2, close that, and then I'll go back to my workspace 1. So this is useful if I'm doing more than one thing at once. This is the screen recording option. It's a free screen recorder that comes with Kali. If you're doing videos like the one I'm doing, for example, you can use that screen recorder. This obviously is the clock and the time and the date and the calendar, which you can use. And this is the equivalent of my computer in Windows. If I click on computer, I can see all my files and directories, and I can browse through them, visiting different locations. We're going to see what all that means in this section. And last but not least, this is what makes Kali unique and different. These are all the penetration testing tools and the forensics tools that we talked about earlier. Over 300 of those are split into different categories. They're all under the applications menu. Now remember, in the Hacking for Beginners course, when I told you really don't need to know every single tool, there's actually no way for you to remember and memorize every single tool. Tools come and go and new ones come up every day, and even with Kali you'll see that tools are being added and removed. For example, earlier on when Kali was called Backtrack, it came with Nessus that we saw in the previous course. Now it doesn't come with Nessus anymore, it comes with something different. But what is important for you, and I re-emphasize this now again in this course, is that you know distinctively what these categories mean. What password attacks are, what web application analysis is, what vulnerability analysis is, and so on. For example, in information gathering, you'll see that we have Nmap, which is one of many tools here. We've already seen Nmap in the Hacking for Beginners course. You will also see Nmap under the vulnerability analysis category. Reason being is that Nmap can be used for both, for information gathering and for vulnerability analysis. Towards the end of the course, we're going to be seeing how we can use Nmap to do some password brute forcing as well. So don't get hung up on all of these tools. If you want to try all of them, by all means, knock yourself out. Spend as much time as you want. This is the way you learn. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to memorize all of those. All right, let's move on. This, on the left-hand side, this is the favorites bar. These are all my favorite tools that I use. You can add and remove to this bar. So for example, if I don't want to be using Firefox anymore, I can right click and remove it from my favorites. And I get a message that says it's been removed. I can undo, for example, if I change my mind, or if I want to later on add it, I can do that. At the end of the favorite bars, there are two important things that I want to talk about. One is the tweak tool, and this is where I can change the look and feel of my Kali in so many different ways. I can change the appearance, the desktop look, the background, the fonts, and a whole bunch of other things. I'm not gonna go through all of these. They are intuitive. You can try them out for yourself and change whatever you want. The important thing to notice here though is that whenever I change something, it automatically changes. Unlike Windows, there is no option to say apply or OK. It just automatically changes. So I just changed my appearance here by mistake. I'll just leave it as it is. It doesn't matter, right? But notice how the top bar has changed. It now looks a little bit different. So I'll close that. The other thing that's important here is my applications menu. If I click on show applications, I'll see a list of all the applications on the system. On the right hand side, you can see that there are 3 pages. I can either click on those or I can scroll up and down with my mouse. The cool thing though is that I can just type whatever I'm looking for and I can find it. So let's say I want to find Nmap. I just type Nmap and it finds it for me. Let's say, for example, I want to change the resolution. I just type resolution and Kali shows me there's a displays option that I can go. Another thing I like to do is to change the power options, because I don't want my screen to automatically lock by itself or to go blank by itself. I want to change the blank screen to never. So if I leave my system idle, I don't want my screen to go blank. I just want it to be up and running for whenever I come back to work on it. Now, obviously, this isn't the most secure configuration. I'm leaving my screen without any lock. I'm leaving it up and running. If I leave it unattended, anybody can come sit down on my terminal and start playing around. I'm just doing that for the sake of this course to demonstrate a couple things for you, and because I'm using a VM that I can pause and stop whenever I want. And it really doesn't have any important information that I care about. Once upon a time, a long time ago, for somebody to configure and administer a system, they had to go physically and log into that system and do whatever changes were necessary. So try to imagine that. You walk into a room, there is this TV screen, or what looks like a TV screen, attached to a massive computer. That TV screen was called the terminal. So the terminal was basically a display that returned the output of any command that you were using or executing. It didn't understand your input. It didn't understand what you were doing. Its sole purpose, its job was to only take that input and show you the output. What understood what you were doing was a program running in the background. That program would understand what input you were typing, the keystrokes that you were typing. It would take your input, it would process it, and then it would return the output. Once the output is returned, it will be displayed on the terminal. So we needed two components at that time: the actual physical screen or the terminal and the program that was running in the background. In Linux, that program is under the /bin/bash. So if I go to Places, to Computer, to Bin, this is the program that would understand my input. So why am I telling you all this? Here's why. If in Kali I go to this icon here, the name of this icon is the terminal. So this symbolizes what the computer screen was back then in the old days. If I open the terminal, it will open up with a program already running. This is what we call the shell. This is the bash command. So by default, the bash command is running on my terminal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accept any input and display any output. This shell is what accepts my input. It will run my command in the background and send it back to the terminal to display the output. This is much more powerful than the GUI, the graphical user interface. And unlike the GUI, this is always present on servers. There's a lot of instances where you'll be doing a penetration testing or an ethical hacking engagement where you will come across a server without GUI, without all this beautiful graphical stuff. Reason being is because this is resource extensive. This takes up a lot of space and memory, which is something we cannot afford on servers. We don't want to have this performance impact. And because the graphical user interface isn't really necessary, we can do everything using the text-based interface. We usually open new terminal, tab, and again notice that here I don't have an apply button or an OK button like in Windows. It just automatically takes the new setting. I close that, I do File, Open Terminal, and it opens in a new tab. I can open as many terminals as I want, and when I'm done, I can close whatever terminal I'm done with. Now, obviously you might be wondering, what if I want to open another terminal in a new window? You can still do that by going to the favorites bar, right-clicking, and new window. One other thing you can do, if you wish, is to change the way your terminal colors look like. And you can do that under Profiles. I'm going to create a new profile, and then we can move on to the next section where we're going to be learning some tips and tricks and shortcuts to the terminal.
let me take a quick detour to show you what I mean by getting shell access to a remote system. And this is going to be our first hack, by the way. But for now, what I'd like you to see is the end result of the root shell access. So assuming I've done my homework and my due diligence, which is again what all this course is going to be about, I found out that there is a service running on port 1524 on scenario. My target on port 1524 has a shell listening. So it's not a web server, it's not an FTP server, it's a shell. And to connect to it, I'm going to be using the netcat tool that I told you about. And we can use that by typing NC, the IP address, and the port number. And immediately, as you can see here, I get a different prompt that reads root at Metasploit. I'm going to run a few commands that we will be introduced to later on in more detail. The first one is who am I? And this is a command to tell me what user am I on the system. And I get a response saying that I am the root user, which is the most powerful user on Linux. I'm going to run another command called ifconfig, and we will be saying these commands again and again, so don't worry if you don't know what these commands are for now. And ifconfig will return to me the IP address of the system that I'm running on. And as you can see here, the IP address is 192.168.190.145. Keep that in mind because this is the IP address of my target that I'll be attacking throughout this course. And lastly, I'll run the host name command, which returns to me the computer name or the host name. And as you can see here, it's Metasploitable. In other words, I have gained shell access on the Metasploitable machine that I'm targeting. This is what we're talking about when we say we got shell. So that was just a quick detour to illustrate what. Move on to the next section.
Let's have a look at some useful tips and tricks and shortcuts to when it comes to the terminal. One of the most common, most useful signals that you can send to your terminal is the kill command. Sometimes you'll be running a process or a program that you want to interrupt or you want to kill. The way to do that is by using the Ctrl-C. I'll demonstrate that using the ping command. On Windows, if you remember when we did the ping command, it stops by itself. It issues 4 ping packets and then it automatically stops. In Linux, if I do ping hackersacademy.com, it will continue pinging until I stop it myself. It wouldn't stop automatically. The way to do that is by doing Ctrl-C. Ctrl-C is the kill command or the kill signal that I send to my terminal to tell it to stop or kill a program that's running. Another option is to do the Ctrl-Z. So if I run the ping command again, and this time I don't want to kill the program, I just want to put it in the background, because if you look at my terminal right now, The ping is hogging my terminal. I can't type anything. I can't continue work. If I want my terminal back, but I don't want to kill the ping command, I can put it in the background by doing Control Z. And notice that now it says it's stopped. So it's been suspended, but it's not been killed. If you look at the left side, there's a number here. This is the number of the program or the job that's been suspended and put in the background. And this is useful if I want to bring it back to the foreground. I can do FG or foreground and out for yourself, and then we can move on to the next section. Let's talk a little bit about root. In Linux, there are two roots. There's the root user and the root directory. There's also the root home, but let's not talk about that for now so we don't confuse ourselves. For now, what I want to talk about is the root user. In all Linux systems, particularly in Kali as well, by default, the root user is active and you log in as the root user. And as you can see here, this is the username that I'm logged in. We also saw that under the power button. This here indicates that I'm logged in as the root user in Kali. You can also tell that you are the root user. Remember when we talked about this a little bit earlier? We said this indicates that you are the root user. What this means is that you are the super user, that you can do anything to your system. Now this is super important for you to recognize, because as a super user, issuing some wrong commands could cause a great deal of damage and you'll end up having to rebuild your system from scratch sometimes. But about directory structures. Now that you know what the root user is, let's see what the root directory is. I'm going to go to Places and to Computer. Let me move this down a little bit. Right. This here, where I can see everything, is called the root directory. And this is the main directory, or the trunk of the tree, if you will, that anything else branches out from. Under the root directory, I have different directories such as the bin, etc, home, and so on. Let's talk about those for a bit. The bin directory, bin stands for binary, which means it has all the user binaries in it. So all the programs that I can run as a user are here, including the bash, the copy, the cat, the grep, and so on. All of these are commands that we're going to be looking at throughout this course. The etc directory is where we have the configuration files. So for example, later on in the course, we're going to be configuring the SSH server. So if I type SSH, I can access the SSH folder. And this is the file that we're going to be configuring later on, or we're going to be changing later on. The home directory is where I would have different folders for different users on the system. I've already created a couple of users so you can see what it looks like. I have 2 users on the system in addition to root, Fluff and Tom. Usually these users will have their files in separate home directories. This is Tom's home and this is Fluff's home, the other user. The sbin folder would have the system binaries. So we saw the bin folder, which had the binaries for the user. These are the system binaries. And these are binaries that you usually use to reconfigure the system or do things that would need root access or admin access. Regular users without the admin privileges will not be able to run these binaries here. The temp, as the name says, will contain temp folders and temp files. You can use that when you're working on something temporarily that you want to ignore later on, that you really don't care about. You just dump it in the temp folder, get the work done, and then forget about it. Later on, you can come and delete it. And last but not least is the root home directory. I don't know if you've noticed or you thought about this. When we went to the home folder, we only saw home for 2 users. However, we know for a fact that the system has more than 2 users. We know that the user root exists, but there is no root home here. That is separate on its own, and it's here. This is the root home. You can see the home icon on it. And this is where I have my documents, desktop, and so on. This folder is not accessible by other users. Unless they have root privileges, they cannot access this folder. Altogether, some of the most common commands that we will be using day to day on Linux. Alright, time to roll up our sleeves and get our hands dirty. Let's familiarize ourselves with some basic commands in Linux. But before we do that, I want you to keep something very important in mind. Linux is case sensitive. So if we're typing the word password, for example, and we use a capital P, that's very different than using a small p. I've unfortunately seen this happen in training videos where instructors are trying to access some files or using some commands and they're using the wrong capitalization and they're wondering live in the training, why is it not working? I can't believe that instructors could do that. Please be careful about this. If you're new to Linux, you're completely forgiven to do that. If you're an instructor doing that, not as much. While you're trying to access files in Linux, it's not as forgiving as Windows, unfortunately. So a file that has the name test using capital T, if you try to access the test file using a small t, that would not work. Now that we talked about this, here are the objectives for this section. We're gonna be learning how to move around the file system, how to change directories and jump from one directory to another. We're gonna be learning how to create files and directories. Then, obviously, we want to see the content of these files and directories. We're going to learn how to do that as well. And last but not least, we're going to be learning how to copy, move, and delete these files and directories. There are a couple of things that we want to keep in mind when we're talking about commands in Linux. The fact that commands have a certain structure. And with this structure come two things, options and arguments. Options are things that change how the tool or the command behaves. And they're usually letters preceded by a hyphen. You can use more than one option. So for example, the ls command is a command that lists contents of a directory. Now don't worry, we're going to be seeing this practically later on. The ls on itself will behave in a certain manner. If we type, for example, ls minus h or minus minus help, it will display something completely different. This is the option that we're using here, the minus h, minus a, and so on. The other thing that we want to be taking into consideration is that commands have also arguments on top of options. Number of lines of a file, by default it's 10, so for example, if I type head file.txt, I'll see the first 10 lines in the file txt. Tail will show me the last 10 lines or 50 lines or whatever I replace n with. Tail minus f tells me to follow the end of a changing file. So if it's a live file, if it's changing, while I'm looking at it, I can use the tail minus f. The cp command stands for copy file. mv is move or rename file. rm and rmdir are for removing files and or directories. So let's see how the first command we're going to learn works. Notice how my prompt and the title look like. This tilde sign references my home directory. Because I'm root, my home directory's name is going to be root. And I can verify this by typing pwd, which outputs /root, telling me that I am currently in the working directory of root. Let's say I want to change this and I want to go to the temp directory. I can do that easily by typing cd /temp. And notice now that my prompt has changed to temp, and also the title of my window has changed to temp. I can verify this and double check it by typing pwd, which outputs I should expect to see /root. Let me go back to the temp directory. Another way to go to home instead of typing cd /tilde is to just type cd and hit enter. And again, I can verify that by typing pwd. You might be wondering at this point why there are two different ones. We'll see why later on when we're using the absolute paths to file. One last trick we can use if I want to go to the previous directory, kind of like hitting the back button, I can do cd --, and that will take me back to the temp directory that I was just in. So let's say now I want to create some files and folders to play around a little bit with. I want to create a test folder under the temp directory. The way I can do that is by using the mkdir command. And I type ls. We've seen this command very quickly in an example, and it will list the contents of the directory. I can see that dir1 is created. Inside it will be dir2. And I can see the test directory created, testdir, and I can see the test file created. So that was super easy. Alright, so we got a quick introduction to the ls command. Now let's see what other options we can use with it. Again, the ls command lists the content of a directory. If we use ls-l, it will do a long listing. If we use ls-a, it will show us hidden files. If we use ls-r, it will list the names in reverse order. If we use ls-t, it will show us new files first. And if we use ls-rt, it will show us a listing in reverse time. so older files and folders first. Let's see how this works. So right now I'm in my home directory, and if I type ls, I can see the content of my home directory, all of these directories, or folders in other words, desktop documents and so on. Let's say I want to display the content of the temp directory. I can do that easily by typing ls /temp. And now I can see the directories that I just created and some other files that I've created, including test file, test file 2, and X files. Let's see how the options work. Now if I type ls-l using the -l option and /temp, notice how different the output looks. This is what we call the long listing with ls. What I want you to focus on for now is the very first letter or symbol on the far left. D stands for directory. And notice how in Kali, the directories are colored in blue by default. So you have dir1 and testdir. These both are directories with the letter D on the far left. The dash symbol signifies a file, as can be seen here next to the test file 2, and X files. Let's say I want to display the content of the dir1 directory. I can easily do that by typing ls/temp/dir, and I can see that inside dir1 I have dir2. So what I'm trying to say here is that you don't have to cd into a directory to see its content. You can do that from anywhere in the system by typing ls space and the full path. Now let's see what the -a does. If I type ls-al/temp, I'll see a lot more output. See all of these entries colored by green? The third at 1027. So now I'm listing, or I'm sorting by the newest file first. And I'll let you try the last one by yourself, the ls-rt. So far so good, I hope. Nothing too complicated. On the contrary, super simple stuff. We've seen how to change directory, we've seen how to create directories and files, and we've seen how to list the content of directories after we created some files and folders inside them. Easy stuff. Here's your mission for this section. Try the following commands that you see in front of you, and note what the results are. The last command in particular is a fairly useful one that can save you quite a bit of time when you're working with Linux. Alright, let's continue. We've seen so far how we can see the content of folders and how we can create files, but we haven't seen yet how we can see the contents of files. Here's your post-exploitation tip for this section. On every Linux system, there's a hidden file called the bash history, and this file retains the last 500 commands executed by any user. It usually is in the user's home directory. And one of the things you want to do after you exploit a Linux machine is look at the content of this file, because it gives you a very good idea what this user has been up to, what have they been creating, and what they've been interacting with. So we're going to be using this file as our example for this section. We're going to be looking at the cat command, which is short for concatenate. The cat can display the contents of a file in one go. We're also going to be looking at the less command, which is a little bit more efficient than the cat command. And I'm going to let you on your own try the head and tail commands. So let's see how this looks like. I'm doing an L page or down one page. Alright, this is perfect. But sometimes you might want to view a file that's a little bit too big, and a cat command might not be that efficient. Scrolling up pages and down pages and getting lost in all the code or all the content might be a bit inefficient. So what's a more efficient way to do that? That would be using the less command. Let's try that. I'm going to do less.bashhistory. Now what this does is that it displays the top of the file and it just stops there. If I want to navigate the file, there are many options that I can use. I could just go down one line or up one line using the arrow keys, or I can go down one page using the space key, or I can go up and down full pages using the page up and page down. And when I'm done, I can hit the Q key to quit. So that was the difference between cat and less. One command that you can also use to take a quick sneak peek into files, let's say you want to verify that this is the file that you want before you start working on it, but you don't want to open the whole file. What do? You can use a command like the head command. The head command shows you the first 10 lines of a file, and this is what it looks like. Can you guess what the tail command does? I'll let you try that one on your own. Let's see now how we can copy files and directories. Let me open the graphical interface so you can visualize what's happening in real time. And I'm gonna fix that a little bit so it could fit in my screen recording. And now what I want to do is I want to copy. And if I look on the right side, I can verify that a new file called documents has been created. So what happened? I mistyped the documents folder name, which starts with a capital D. And instead of using a capital D, I used a small d. So the copy command understood this. Understood that I want to copy the file that's named test file, and the destination that I want it to be copied to is the file called documents. In other words, it's like I'm copying the test file and renaming it to documents. So both now test file and documents file are exactly the same. It's like in Windows when you copy a file from one directory to another and rename it. This is exactly what happened here. I'm gonna clear my screen and let's now do it the correct way. I'm gonna say copy temp test file, and now I'm going to type it correctly using a capital D. which tells my copy command to copy the test file into the documents directory. Now if I go to the documents directory, I'll see that the test file has been copied there. Good stuff. Let's say I want to copy it under a different name, asking us if we want to overwrite a file if the file already exists. So in Microsoft Windows by default, if I'm copying a file over a pre-existing file, it will either automatically rename it for us, or it will ask us if we want to overwrite it. In Linux, it doesn't ask by default. By default, it will overwrite. So now if I do again, copy temp test file into documents, the old test file will be overwritten without me even being prompted. One simple way to change that is to use the -i option, which stands for interactive. So now if I type cp-i, the temp test file into documents, Linux will tell me the file exists, do you want to overwrite it? I can either say yes or no and proceed. Now what if I wanted to move files? The difference between copy and move is that the copy command will leave the file in its original source. So if I had a file in the temp directory and I copied it to documents, I would have two copies of it, one in the temp directory and one under documents. Move, however, will remove the file from temp and move it entirely to documents, so I'll have only one copy of it. As a side note, and this is important to know, move is also used as a renaming function in Linux. So in Microsoft Windows, for example, you can right-click on a file and click on rename to change the name of a file. In Linux, there is no rename command. We use the move command to rename files and folders. So let's see how this works. I'm going to create a file under the temp directory called to move, and I'll do that using the command touch space /temp/to move. Let me list the contents of the temp directory, and I can see that to move file is over there. Let's say now I want to move it to the documents folder or the documents directory. I can do that by typing mv for move /temp/to move to documents. Look at the right hand side, and there we go. It moved there. Now if I display the content of the temp directory, I can notice that to move file is no longer there. By the way, if I want to redisplay the previous commands, I can use the up arrow and tap it a number of times to keep going back in commands or in my command history. So I'm going to do that to recreate the file under the temp directory. So now I've recreated the to move file. Again, I display the content of the temp directory and the file is recreated. Like in copy, if I use the move command and the file already exists in the destination directory, it will automatically be overwritten. So again, if I move it from temp to documents, you'll notice that it got overwritten and the original file disappeared. Let me recreate it a third time. And now when I want to move it, I'm going to use, like in copy, the -I option, which stands for interactive. Now let's see what happens. It will ask me, do you want to overwrite? I'm going to say no. Let's quickly revisit the copy command and see how we can use it easily with the dot and the dot notations that we saw previously. I'm going to go back to my documents folder. And in my temp folder, I have the X files, which I want to copy to the documents folder. I can do that in many ways. The first way I'm going to be using is cp temp X files, and the destination is tilde, which stands for my home directory, /documents, and notice that the file has been copied. I'm going to delete it very quickly. And now that I am in the documents directory, I'm going to do the neat trick of using the dot, which stands for current working directory. So now if I type cp/temp/X files space dot, I'm telling Linux that I want to copy the X files into wherever I am right now. And it happens that I am in documents. And as we can see, the X files has been copied to documents. Let's say instead of copying it to documents, I want to copy it to the root directory. And the way to do this is by typing cd/temp/X files space dot dot. The dot dot again stands for up one directory. So in this case, I'm copying the X files file to the root directory. If I go up one directory using my graphical interface, I'll see that the X files has been copied up one directory, which happens to be the root directory. So far we've seen how to create files, to create directories, to list the content of directories, and to list the contents of files. Now what if we want to delete these files or directories? The way to do that is using the rm command to remove files or the rmdir to remove directories. Now note that the rmdir works for empty directories. Here's a few examples that we're going to be seeing practically in a second. rm/temp/test file will remove the test file under the directory temp. rmdir/temp/testdir will remove the empty testdir. So if the directory is not empty, we won't be able to remove it using this command. To remove a directory that's not empty, we need to use the -r option, which stands for recursive. And we use that with the rm command. And it would look as such: rm-r/temp/testdir to remove the testdir if it's not empty. We also saw the -i option with the copy command. Do you remember what it was? It stood for interactive, and we use that so we don't accidentally overwrite. Now I want to remove a directory. In this instance, it's an empty directory, which is the testdir. To do that, I can use the rmdir space testdir. Let's try that with the dir1. If you remember, dir1 had another directory inside it. And now Linux is complaining. It's telling me that directory is not empty. I cannot remove it. What do we do in this instance? We use the rm command with the -r option. And there we go, it's gone. So in this instance, we remove dir1 and whatever was inside dir1. Now let me try the interactive option with test file 2. We get back a prompt asking us, do you want to remove the file? I'm going to answer yes, and the file is gone. And last but not least, we saw the force option. Let me go into the documents directory on the right hand side in the graphical interface. And to do that on the command prompt, and this is where the tilde is useful. Remember when we addressed this in the earlier sections? I'm going to try rm-rf tilde, which stands for my home directory, and document slash the directory name. Using the -rf option, I'm forcing the removal of this directory in case it's being used by another user, for example, and now it's gone. Pretty easy stuff, straightforward. Let's move on to the next section. Let's talk a little bit about package management, which is really a fancy way to say how we can install and uninstall software. In this section, our objective is to understand and practice how we can install and remove software from our Kali Linux. In Linux, packages equals software. That's anything that you would install or remove. Obviously, you might wish to do that at any point in time. Nessus, for example, that we saw in our Hacking for Beginners course, doesn't exist by default on Kali. You might decide that I like Nessus and I want to use that, so you'll have to install it on Kali. The challenge though is that these packages often require dependencies. And these are additional pieces of software that are required to be installed while or before you install the main software that you want to use. So if we're taking the Nessus example, you might be needing to install additional software before you actually install Nessus itself. Luckily, however, different Linux distributions have different package management software. The package management software will take care of that for you. It will install the dependencies and you can use it to remove or update packages. These package management software have different names depending on the Linux flavor that you're using. For example, Red Hat has a package management software that's called Yum. For Debian, which is what's Kali based on, it's called APT. APT stands for Advanced Packaging Tool. And there are different commands that we can use with APT. For example, if I want to find out about a package, I can use the apt-cache search. If I want to see information about a package, I can do the apt-cache show. To install, I can do the apt-get install. And to remove, it would be apt-get remove. Removing a package with all its configuration files, I can do apt-get purge. When we normally install a package, for example, let's say SSH or FTP, we might actually change the configuration of this package. Let's say, for example, by default, SSH operates on port 22. But I want to change that. I want it to be on port 2222, for example. I can do that by changing the configuration of SSH. If I do apt-get remove, it will remove the SSH package, but it will leave the configuration files. And this is just in case I decide to reinstall it again. I'll have my configuration files intact, so I wouldn't have to reconfigure it all over. But if I decide I don't want it at all and I don't want the configuration files, I can use the purge command, the apt-get purge. Let's see how that looks like practically. I'm going to go to the menu on Kali, the graphical menu, and I want to see if I have any sort of FTP client. Let's say I want to connect to an FTP server. So I'll just type FTP in the search box and there are no results. There isn't anything I can use to graphically connect to an FTP server. So let's use the commands that we just learned. The first one was apt cache search to search for a package. And I'm going to type graphical FTP. And here's a bunch of results. The third one, FileZilla, looks like something I want to try. It says it's a full-featured graphical FTP, FTPS, and SFTP client. Let's open it, and here we go. This is a graphical FTP client. I can use that to put in the host section the name of the FTP server I want to connect to, the username, the passwords, and the port. And I can use that to connect to any FTP server I wish. I'm going to close that for now. And let's say I decide that I want to remove FileZilla. I'm done with it. I don't want to use it, or I don't like it. I want to try something else. Whatever it is, I just decided I want to remove. The command for that is apt-get remove and the package name FileZilla. Takes a few seconds to remove. And done. Now that you've seen that, you might be thinking, wow, that was too easy. That's all it takes to install and remove packages on Linux. I don't even have to go to the internet and find them. It just finds them for me. Yes, it's that simple. You might be also wondering, but where do these packages come from? How does Kali, or any Linux for that matter, know where to go and look for these packages? They look in something called repositories. And repositories are storage locations from which your software packages can be retrieved and installed. So Kali, for example, or Debian, or any Linux for that matter, would have remote storage location. Once you issue the apt-get command, your Linux box will go to that location, try and find the package, and if it does, it will download it and install it for you. However, sometimes you try to install a package and Kali cannot find it in the default repositories or packages that would be upgraded if I continue with this command. Here's a post-exploitation tip for you. After you compromise a Linux host, chances are that you might get non-root access and you want to find a vulnerability that will give you root access. This usually involves finding and exploiting a vulnerable software. You might also come across situations where the Linux box you broke into is not connected to the internet. Let's say you're doing an ethical hacking engagement for, I don't know, a bank. They invite you to come in and plug into their internal network as an employee and see if you can hack anything on their internal network. You manage to get into a Linux box and you find out that it's not connected to the internet, but you still want to use it as a stepping stone to try and get to other systems. To do that, you need to install some packages on it, but it's not connected to the internet, it's offline. So what do you do in this case? For both situations, you could use the dpackage command. And this is useful in multiple situations. Sometimes software cannot be found in repositories. Nessus, for example, if you try to install it using the apt-get command, you will not be able to find it. You'll find it, however, on the Nessus website, and you'll notice that it ends with a .deb extension, which means it's software built for Linux Debian. Unlike apt, however, we need to note that dpackage does not take care of dependencies for us. So if a package needs any dependencies, we'll have to take care of that ourselves. To get back to the scenarios that we discussed in our post-exploitation tip, to find versions of installed applications and hope that you are going to find an old, outdated, vulnerable one, you can do that using the dpackage-l command. To install a package, let's say I want to install Nessus, for example, after downloading it, I can do that using the dpackage-i command. And to remove a package, you can do that using the dpackage-r command. Now you might be wondering, but I just said that the Linux system was offline, and how am I saying that I can install Nessus after downloading it? That's going to be for another chapter. In another chapter, we're going to be learning how to download stuff on our Kali machine, and then how we can use our Kali machine as a server to upload stuff from our Kali to the victim machine. But for now, let's not worry too much about it. Let's just assume that you somehow managed to get the Nessus package on the victim machine, and you can use the dpackage command to install and remove it. Now remember, these are all situations that happen in ethical hacking engagements. Having said that, in ethical hacking engagements, you want to make sure that you have the permission to install and remove software of your quote-unquote victim machine. So here's your mission for this section. On your Kali machine, install FileZilla. On your Windows machine, activate FTP. If you don't know how to do that, we explained that in our Hacking for Beginners course. Go back and review that section on Hacking for Beginners, and using the instructions on those videos, activate FTP on your Windows machine. Then, from Kali, open FileZilla and connect to your FTP server on Windows. Try to upload and download some files. Then on your Kali machine, download and install Nessus. Once you're done, we can move on to the next section. So now that you have a good understanding of package management and the apt tools, let me tell you what changed in 2018. Pretty much nothing. The only thing that really changed is that a tool that was there in 2016 started gaining more popularity. We talked in this section about the apt-get tool and the apt-cache tool and the different uses for them. In 2016, Ubuntu decided to combine these tools together in one tool called apt, so that have not been used or are without use, and will remove them for me. And as you can see here, it found 11.5 megabytes, which is the remaining megabytes. And here we go. We're removing these now. So as you can see, nothing really major has changed. It's almost exactly the same commands that you used to use in apt-get and apt-cache, but now you're using them in apt. And I wanted you to know that. Here's a quick summary of what the different commands mean. I'm not going to go all over them because as you can see here, they are exactly the same. So as you've seen, instead of apt-get install, I use apt-install. Instead of apt-get remove, I use apt-remove, so on and so forth. The only thing that might be a little bit different is when we wanted to edit source files before, we used to use Nano for it, or any text editor for that matter. Now you can do that straight out of apt, and all you have to do is type apt edit sources. When you do that the first time, apt will ask you, what text editor do you want to use? And if you choose Nano, it will be set as your default text editor, which you can later on change if you want to. But it will be exactly the same thing as you typing Nano and editing the source list. Alright, that's it for this section. Let's move on to the next section. In this section, we're going to be looking at archiving and compression. There's a difference between archiving and compression. So the objectives here are to understand the difference between these two and to learn how to archive, compress, and decompress download files to systems that are not connected to the internet. So you cannot just browse to any website that you want and download files on that system. You're gonna have to do that using your Kali Linux. Usually the first option we go to, if it's available, is the SSH. It's pretty convenient. It allows you to log in remotely. You can use it to upload files, download files, and do pretty much anything that you want. The second option, if SSH is not available, is HTTP. So here I'm talking about turning your Linux box into a web server. Now, there are many other ways that we discuss in advanced courses. So for example, if it's a Windows system, how you can take advantage of VBScript and PowerShell. If it's other kind of systems, how you can take advantage of TFTP or FTP and so on. Needless to say, after I talked about all that, uploading one file at a time or downloading one file at a time is going to be a big hassle.
And this is where archiving and compression comes in handy. So let's look at the archiving tool in Linux. The archiving tool is called tar, which is short actually for tape archive. To create an archive, you use tar C for create. To append an archive, in other words, to add files or folders to your archive that's already been created, you use the R option, so tar R. To list the contents of an archive without extracting it, you just want to see what's in it, you use tar T. Tar X is to extract the archive. Tar V is for verbose, so it gives you information on the progress and what's going on. Tar F is used to specify the name of the file that you want. If we want to compress our archive, we use one of two tools usually, either gzip or bzip2. Gzip is the classic compression in Linux. bzip2 has more powerful compression, but it takes a little bit more time to compress. Now, frankly speaking, the difference is negligible. You wouldn't really notice any difference if you're working on small files. You might notice a small difference if you're working on files of massive size, but for our purpose, the difference really is negligible. So as you experiment more with Linux, you will come across websites where you can download tools to play around with. And it's very often that you're going to find these tools compressed and archived in gzip format or bzip format. Here are some examples that we're going to be seeing practically in a moment. To create an archive, you use the tar C. Like we said, C is for create, V is for verbose, and F is for the file name. So in this example, I'm doing tar CVF, the archive name, whatever I choose to name it. So I'm in this instance calling it archive.tar, and the files and directories that I want to archive, file 1, file 2, dir 1, and dir 2. Now, if you notice, I've changed the colors of the first letters. And this is just for you to be able to easily spot the difference between archiving and compression and the different options that we're using. You might also have noticed that I'm not using the minus here. We've seen the minus being used all the time. For example, when you're using ls, I'm using ls minus al. When I'm using rm, I'm using rm minus rf for the options. Tar is one of the very few tools that I don't have to use the minus when I'm using an option. So, carrying on, to list the content of an archive, we said it's tar T, and V for verbose, and F is the file name. So notice that it's pretty much all constant. The only thing changing is the first letter. If I want to append or add a file or directory, it's tar R. That's the only thing that's changing. V is still constant, F is still constant, the file name is still constant, and whatever I'm adding at the end. Let's see how that looks like practically. I've created 3 different directories and 3 different files. So I'm going to start by creating the archive. To do that, I want to use the tar C for create, V for verbose, and F for the file name. In this case, my file name is archive.tar, and whatever I want to archive. dir 1, dir 2, file 1, and file 2. Because I've used the V option, which is for verbose, I get a list of what's been archived. And notice that automatically dir 1 and its subdirectory and dir 2 and its subdirectory are archived. Now let me list the content of the archive just to verify what I have. And for that I use the tar T to list, and then the remaining is still the same, V, F, and the archive name. Perfect. Now let's say I want to append my archive. I forgot to add dir 3 and file 3. To append to my archive, I use the R option. So tar R, VF is still the same, archive is still the same, and whatever I want to add to my archive. dir 3 and file 3. I'll verify that again using the tar T, VF, and the archive name, and here we go. Now I have all the contents of my directory in the archive. Let me clear up the screen. I'm going to create a directory called backup and copy my archived file into the backup directory. Now I'm going to navigate to the backup directory, and all I have in that directory is just the tar file or the archive file. And I'm going to show you now how to extract files and folders. First of all, let's say I want to extract only one file or only one folder. I don't want to extract the entire archive. I would still use the same command, tar x for extract vf, which is still the same, verbose file name, the file name archive.tar, and whatever I want to extract, in this case file 3. If I do ls, I'll see that file 3 is now extracted. Let me try that again with dir3. If I do ls, I have dir3 extracted as well. Excellent. So you don't actually have to extract everything. You can pick and choose whatever you want to extract. If I want to extract everything, I say tar x for extract vf and the archive name, and here we go. I've extracted everything. I'll clear the screen and I'm gonna go back to the temp directory. Let me show you what's on my desktop. Doing an ls home desktop, there's nothing there, it's empty. So let's say I'm now in my temp directory and I want to extract my archive, but I want to do that, I want the extracted files to be on the desktop. I don't want them to be in the temp directory. To do that, I can specify the directory where I want to extract using -C option. So the command is tar xvf archive name -C and the destination directory. So now everything got extracted on my desktop. Now let's say I want to archive and compress the files. I'm going to start with the GZ files. To create those, I do tar z, and z will be always used when we're dealing with .gz files, or z if you are British. And the rest is going to be the same. So that's the way to memorize these commands easily. And this is what it looks like. Tar zcvf compressed .tar.gz and the files I want to archive. If I want to use bzip2, instead of z, I use j. In this section, we're going to be talking about wildcards. And this is where things start to get really interesting and fun with Linux. This is where you can start to see why Linux is really powerful. GNmap and nmap. We'll see how we're going to manage that. First, I want to create a directory called nmap. Once that's done, I'm gonna try and list all the nmap files. I'm gonna try ls**.nmap. That didn't actually work. So that listed all the files that start with anything with the extension .nmap. But that missed out on the gnmap. What if I do ls**.gnmap? That unfortunately doesn't work either. So it only lists the files with the gnmap extension. That's my challenge now. I want a command that lists both. So the command should say list whatever .nmap and .gnmap. How can I do that? What if I put another asterisk after the dot? So ls**.*nmap. Excellent, this worked. So what this command did is that it listed anything, dot, anything, followed immediately with nmap. So if, for example, I had a file with extension .123456 nmap, that would have been listed as well. So now that my command works, all I need to do again is replace the ls with mv. And I do ls on the nmap directory, and here we go. All my nmap files are in one directory. Let me clear the screen. Now things will start to get a little bit more interesting. I have different network ranges. I have the 10.10.10, 10.10.11, and 10.10.12. I'm going to call that the 10s range because it's 10, 11, 12. I also have the 20s range, so 10.10.23.24 and .25. I'm going to call those the 20s range. And last, I have the 10.10.200s range, 206, 207, and 208. What I want to do now is move all these different ranges into different folders. So I'm going to start by creating the different directories. I'll create the 10s, 20s, and 200s. Now let me try the first command. I'm going to do ls10.10.1. That was easy enough. That listed for me the 10s range. 10.10.10.11.12. So now if I do ls10.10.1 asterisk, it should produce the same result. There we go. And all I need to do now is move, change the ls to move, and add the directory name. I list the contents of the directory and all the files are moved. Now, what happens if I try the same thing with the 20s? Let's see. ls10.10.2. Oh, that doesn't look like it's gonna work. It lists the 20s and the 200s because they both start with 2. So if I do ls10.10.2 star, I'm gonna get both ranges. So what do I do now? Remember the question mark? So the asterisk matched 0 or all characters. The question mark matches exactly one character. So now if I put the question mark after the 2 and I add the extension dot whatever, I'll only get a listing of the 20s. Why? Because the question mark replaces only one digit after the 2, in this case 23, 24, and 25. What if I wanted to list the 200s? Simple. I put has all the nmap files and all the .txt notes and .odt notes are in my notes directory. Now that looks much more organized than it looked before. Here's your mission for this section. If you haven't been following up with what I've done, please do it. Practice it. It might sound like it's a lot of information, but with practice it will get easier and easier, and you'll notice that almost 90% of the time your usage will be limited to asterisk. So practice a little bit with that, create these files, repeat the exercises if you haven't done so already following up with the video, so we can move into the next section. We've covered a lot of ground so far, and there's plenty more to cover. Having said that, there is no way on earth we can cover everything in Linux. And I can guarantee you that there will never ever be a Linux course that teaches you everything in Linux. As a matter of fact, you don't need to do that. You actually do not need to go and learn every single command in Linux. The way to go about developing your Linux skills and getting better and better, and I got my eye on this rockyou.txt.gz file. Now, assuming I'm completely new to Linux, I look at this and I have no idea what this file is. What on earth is this .gz file? Fear not, all I need to do is type file and the name of the file, and I get an output that says this is a gzip compressed data. Alright, now I'm getting somewhere. Now at least I know what kind of file this is. I pull out another tool from my arsenal and I type apropos gzip. Please tell me what tools I can use with these gzip files. I look at the output and it looks like the first one is the one that makes sense. I can use gzip to compress or expand files. Alright, perfect. So what is this tool? Which gzip tells me it's under /bin/gzip. Excellent. So now I know the type of the file, I know what tool I can use to decompress this file, and I know exactly where it is. But hold on a second, that doesn't necessarily mean I know how to use this command. To find out what I can do with this command, I can use the man command. Man stands for manual. And almost every tool in Linux would have a manual attached to it. But what exactly is the name of the manual for the gzip tool? I can find out by using the man-k option, which asks Linux to please go and find all the manual files associated with the keyword that I'm looking for. In this case, it's gzip. And Linux tells me there's a man file called gzip and another one called zforce. Excellent. We'll see in a second how we look into man files, but let's say I just want a quick help. I don't want to go through pages and pages of manuals. One option I can use is the -- help. So I type gzip -- help and I have a quick list of options that I can use with this tool. And here we can also see that the -h will do the same thing. So if I type gzip -h, I'll get the same help output. Useful examples. Let's say I want to search for a keyword, compress for example. To do that, I hit the / key, which gives me the option to start typing. I type compress and I hit enter, and notice how all the compressed words are highlighted in my text. If I want to move to the next word, I hit the N key. If I want to go back to the previous one, it's Shift + N. And when I'm done reading the manual, to leave, all I need to do is hit the Q key. Your mission for this section: use the same skills we just learned to find out what the locate command does, and then understand what the difference is between locate and which. Once you're done, navigate to the /temp directory. Try and locate the Unix _/passwords.txt file. Find where it is in Kali. And while you are in the temp directory, copy the file from its location to the temp directory. So copy the Unix _passwords.txt from whatever it is to the temp directory. And while you're there, find out what command you can use to count the words in the file. This is one of the password dictionary files that we use in password attacks. Again, that's another topic that you'll be learning in the more advanced courses. But the command we're going to be using will give you a rough idea on the huge number of passwords we can be using in password attacks. Once you're done and ready, we can move on to the next section. And so we reach the end of our first part. If you've come so far, you've really done very well to continue throughout all these sections and throughout all these exercises and missions. It's not an easy task to have done that, especially if you're completely new to Linux. I know that it's been a lot to take in and digest. We've covered so many topics. We had a quick look at Kali, its user interface. We got introduced to the terminal and shell. We looked at some shortcuts and some signals that we can use when we're dealing with the terminal and shell. Then we started navigating the system. We learned some basic commands to move across the directory structures, to create files and directories, to list files and folders and directories, to copy those, to move them around, to remove them, and so on. Then we looked at package management, how we can install and remove packages, how we can update software and upgrade our system should we wish to. We also looked at archiving and compression, how we can bundle files and folders together, how we can archive them so we can later on restore them from a backup or upload them or download them to a remote system. Then we had some fun with wildcards. We used some wildcard magic to manage files and folders. And last but not least, we looked at how we can get help if you ever get stuck, you don't know what to do, what command to use. We've seen how you can get help so you can get unstuck and sort yourself out. And with that, we reach the end of part 1. So again, if you've come so far, well done. It's now time for you to take a quick break. Switch off for a while, grab a coffee, go out, meet some friends, catch a movie, do whatever it is that you need to do to come back refreshed and relaxed. I want you to come back with a fresh mind because in part 2, we're going to be digging deeper into Linux. We're going to be covering some networking basics and then we're going to dive into services. We'll learn how to configure some services and how we can turn our Kali Linux machine into a server, into a web server or an SSH server. Then we're going to be looking at users and groups, how we can add or delete users, how we can group them, how we can change permissions for users, groups, and files and folders to give access to people or deny access to people. And then we're going to be looking at running processes and running program on our system and how we can take advantages of those. And last but not least, we're going to be looking at some really cool tricks and tips on how you can redirect output from commands and how you can chain commands together to achieve things that are going to blow your mind. You're really going to enjoy that section. So go take a break, get yourself some rest. Whenever you're ready, come back to carry on with part 2. Welcome back and welcome to part 2. This is the part when we start getting into the nitty-gritty details of Linux, where we start to configure services, configure file permissions, add users, add groups, remove users, and edit a lot of things. Don't get scared. It's not as complicated as it may sound. It really is straightforward. By the end of this part, you'll see what I'm talking about. The first section in part 2 is about basic networking. If you've done the Hacking for Beginners course, you've seen a lot of the tools that we're going to be using in this section on the Windows side. Now we're going to see how it looks like on Linux. In this section, we're going to cover an understanding of basic networking, such as finding network information, like your IP address, your DNS IP address, your gateway, and so on, and identifying running services on your machine. Here's a post-exploit. Another way to find the DNS server is by looking into a file called resolve.conf. We can use the cat command that we saw previously, and the file is under etc/resolve.conf. And here we go. The name server or the DNS server that we're using is 192.168.88.2. To find out the gateway that my packets or my traffic is going through, I type IP root. And it just happens that my DNS server is the same as my gateway in this case. It's 192.168.88.2. Let me verify this and use the traceroute command. And I'm going to do traceroute to hackersacademy.com. And I'll interrupt this very quickly with Ctrl+C. And as you can see, the gateway, the first hop is 192.168.88.2. Here's another post-exploitation tip for you. After compromising a host, You want to see what services are running on this host and what other computers or hosts on the network are talking to these services. And you can do that using the netstat command. Usually, you use it with the ANTP options. A stands for all, so it shows you all the services running. N, it shows you the numerical address. T shows you the TCP, as in for the TCP protocol. And P shows you the name of the program that's running the service. I'm going to let you try that on your own. So your mission for this section is to run netstat on Kali and see if you can find any running services. We've seen on a few occasions how to create text files and empty files. Now what if we wanted to do a little bit more? We want to actually edit these files and create some text content inside them. To do that, we're going to be using a tool called Nano. In this section, we're going to be covering some Nano basic commands. Historically, Nano is a clone of another tool called Pico. Both are available in Kali. Sometimes you might come across older systems that do not have Nano. Fear not, if Nano is not there, you could still use Pico. There's a lot of different camps and supporters out there for Nano, VI, Vim or Emacs. You'll see a lot of debates and discussions online on which one is better and which one is more advanced and which one you should or shouldn't be using. Don't worry too much about this, especially if you're beginning in Linux. Nano is the easiest, however it's not as advanced as VI, Vim or Emacs. Having said that, VI, Vim and Emacs will not be covered in this course. We're trying to keep things as easy as possible for you guys, and Nano is going to be more than enough to get the job done. Later on, if you feel like venturing a little bit more, you can dive into VI, Vim or Emacs and ultimately choose whichever tool you prefer to use. So let's have a look at Nano and how it works. I'm in my documents directory to look for the word Kali, and I hit enter and notice that my prompt jumps to Kali. Let me do another quick search. Ctrl W, line. See how the prompt jumps to the word line. Alright, I'm done. I'm going to exit now. So Ctrl X. And because I've been doing some changes, I'll get a prompt that says, do you want to save this file? If I type no, all the changes will get discarded. I don't want to save the file, so I'm just gonna hit N and enter. So now if I cat the file, the content is still the same as before because I didn't save it. Let me go back and open the file again, and I'm going to add another line of text. Kali Linux course at Hackers Academy is the best. I'm being a bit cheesy now. I'm starting to love Linux. Let's do some word search again. I'm going to look for the word Linux. But I have more than one word in this text. So I start by Ctrl W, I say Linux, which takes me to the first Linux word. What if I want to find the next one and the one after that? I can do that by typing Alt W. This takes me to the next search term and the one after and the one after. Now let's say I decide I want to exit the file. I hit Ctrl X and then I change my mind. I think no, I want to add some more text. What do? I type Ctrl C to cancel the exiting command. Let me add some more text. I'm starting to love Nano too. And now if I type Ctrl X again, I will be asked, do you want to save? I'll say yes and hit enter. Let me cat the file again. And here we go. In this section, we're going to look at basic service configuration. We're going to learn how to start and stop services. That includes the SSH and Apache service and file to it. And that file could be anything. Let's say, for example, I want to deploy a keylogger. A keylogger is a piece of software that will record all the keystrokes. So whenever, for example, the administrator logs in, I'll be able to see their usernames, the passwords, the email that they're accessing or writing, and so on and so forth. Obviously, in ethical hacking engagements, this isn't something that you would normally do. And if you're going to do that in very, very rare occasions, you definitely must get the permission from your client first. I'm just giving you that example to illustrate the idea a little bit more. So on the Linux machine, I'm going to be using a tool called wget. Wget is a tool that is by default found on most of Linux systems that is used to transfer files over the HTTP, HTTPS, and FTP protocols. If you don't know what HTTP and HTTPS are, please go back to the Web Application Fundamentals course. So I have to specify the protocol that I'm using. In this case, it's HTTP:// and the IP address of my Kali server, 192.168.88.131/download me. I hit enter, and as you can see, the file got downloaded. So in other words, I managed to upload a file from my Kali to the remote Linux box. And if I cat the file, I can verify its contents. If you're using Kali 2018, you will notice that the configuration files look a little bit different. They're more colorful and they have the hash sign preceding a lot of lines in the configuration files. When it comes to these configuration files, the hash sign means it's a comment. In other words, the line that is preceded by a hash sign is no longer considered to be a configuration line. It's just a comment for you to read. So the system will just go over this. It will skip this line. It will consider it a non-configuration line. So any line that we need to change and we need to use, we need to first remove the hash before it and then edit it. Let's go over an example with the SSH service. By default, SSH does not allow you to log in as root. If I do SSH on my local host, so I'm trying to SSH to myself on Kali, you'll see first of all that the connection is refused because the SSH service is not running. So I'm going to start the SSH service. I'll accept the key and I'm going to type the root password. You'll see here that I'm getting an error saying permission denied because I'm not allowed to log in SSH service. And I'll open the configuration file using Nano. Now, if you look at this section, the top section, you see all these hash signs or the pound signs. All the lines following the sign in green are comments. So none of these will be read by the SSH service when it's running or started. Now, to allow or permit login for root, I need to go down and find the line that says permit root login. The first thing I want to do is I want to remove the hash or the pound sign. And look how the color of the line changed. Meaning it is no longer a commented outline, it's no longer a comment, now it's an active line in the configuration. And I'm going to change the prohibit password to yes. So now I'm allowing root login using SSH service. And all I have to do now is exit and save and then restart the SSH service. And now if I try to SSH again, and I type the password, you'll see that I'm able to log in into the SSH service. And I can exit out section. Let's see now how we can use the SSH service. The first thing I want to do is I want to change the SSH default keys that come with Kali. Don't worry too much about encryption and keys and so on. For now, what you need to know is that these keys would allow you to log into SSH services. So when you turn your Kali machine into an SSH server, these keys will be required to allow users to log in. And these keys usually are under the /etc/ssh directory. Now you can see here a number of keys that have been generated, and most of other Linux systems wouldn't allow the root user to log in remotely into the SSH server. And this is because, like we said earlier, once you're logged in to SSH, you get a shell and you are able to pretty much do anything that you want. Especially if you're root. That means you have full control over the system, which can be very dangerous. So by default, root is not allowed to log in remotely into SSH. I want to change that for now. I want to be able to log in to my Kali machine remotely as root. And to be able to change that, I need to edit a configuration file. And this file is called sshd_config. I'm going to use Nano to edit this file, and I want to look for the word permit. Remember how we used Nano to search for words with the Ctrl W, and I type in the search prompt that just appeared, permit. That takes me to the line that I want to edit. See, this here says permit root login, prohibit password. As of now, I'm not allowed to log in remotely as root, so I'm just going to change that to yes. And I save by typing Ctrl X and then yes. Now, after I've changed the configuration of the service, I need to restart it, and I do that by typing service SSH restart. Now here's my IP address again, and I'm going to use that to log into my Kali from a remote system. Let's start with Windows. To be able to log into remote SSH services using Windows, there are a number of tools. The most common one, and my preferred one, is a tool called PuTTY. You run PuTTY, and you can do the exact same thing but swapping the IP addresses. So instead of you connecting from the compromised Linux server to Kali, you'll be doing it the other way around. So you'll be typing the same command but on the Kali side. So you'll open a terminal in Kali, you type SSH and the IP address of the compromised machine. Remember, SSH by default, if you're not specifying a username, will try to log in as root. If you do not want to log in as root, let's say you compromised a user account called James. If you want to log in as James, you need to tell SSH the username that you're trying to log into. So here's your mission for this section. Note your Kali Linux IP address and your Windows IP address. Make sure that they are both in the same range, and make sure that they can connect and talk to each other. So from your Windows machine, ping Kali and make sure you have a response. Then from Kali, ping your Windows machine and make sure that you have a response. Then on Kali, start SSH and Apache. Run the netstat command that we saw earlier and compare the results after you started SSH and Apache to the previous results from netstat from the previous section. Once you've done that, find out how you can copy files using the scp command on Kali. We saw WinSCP, which is a graphical tool to copy files on Windows. However, I didn't show you how to do that using Linux. Try to find out that for yourself. Once you're done, move on to the next section. Just like any operating system, you need to have the ability to add users, remove users, add groups, remove groups, or edit users and groups. And Linux is no different from any other operating system. In this section, we're going to understand how users and groups works, how we can see what users and groups exist on a system, how we can create, edit, and delete users and groups, and then we're going to move into understanding permissions. What are the permissions that are relevant to each user and group, how we can view them, and just by default. And this is the Postgres user that I just saw logged in. Notice at the end is /bin/bash. What this tells me is that the user can log in remotely into my system through a remote shell session. If you look at the next user, the DNS mask, you'll see that it says /bin/false. So this user cannot connect remotely to my machine. Any user that can connect to my machine would have the /bin/bash. Actually, I'm the one who's connected to my machine through PuTTY. And as you can see, Nano is open through the remote shell. So if I close this now, and I type who am I, it shows that I am the Postgres user. So I was the user that you see when I type the W command. Let me remove this out of the way. Notice that a lot of these users have the /bin/false. So not many of these users can actually get a shell on the system. Root, however, of course, would be able to get a shell on the system. Alright, let me clear this up. And here's a side note for you. This is something that we will address in the more advanced courses. How you can see the encrypted passwords for the users. These normally are in the /etc/shadow file, which can only be accessed by root. I can cat the file, and if you look here, see that random string of text? This is the encrypted password for the user Postgres and the user Pulse. These are what we call password hashes, encrypted passwords. And in the advanced courses, we'll see how we grab these hashes and we can try to crack them in order to reveal the passwords of other users on the system. That was how you could find out what kind of user you are and what users are connected to your system. It says it cannot. There is no /home/nibbles. It doesn't exist. To exit the prompts, I go exit, and another exit, I go back to root. Now you can see the difference between the add user command and the user add command. Let me verify the users created. I'm going to do cat/etc/password. And look, there they are. Tom, Fluff, and Nibbles are created. And look at the user IDs and the group IDs. Remember what we talked about? New users are created with 1000, 1001, 1002, and so on. And all three of them have the /bin/bash enabled, so they can actually log in remotely into the machine if they want to. Let me clear this out. And now if I want to delete the users, like user creation, there are two ways to delete users, using the user del and the del user. User del, as you might have guessed it, like user add, just deletes the user. Basic stuff. So I'm gonna use that to delete Nibbles. And now if I want to delete a user plus the home directory, I can use the del user, Tom. But I need to specify to the del user and tell the command that I want to also delete the home directory. So I'm going to do -- remove -home space Tom. That's it. And it deleted the user, it deleted the home directory. And if I do ls, there's no longer a Tom directory under home. Let me verify this. I'll do cat/etc/password. And the only new user remaining is Fluff. Now I'd like you to try these commands to add and delete groups. Try to create a new group called cats using the add group cats command. And if you've deleted Tom's user, recreate it and change Tom's group to cats. So when you create Tom, it will automatically by default belong to a group called Tom. Remember? What I'd like you to do is change the group that Tom belongs to the group that you just created, the cats group. And you can do that using the user mod -gcats tom. And now that tom group is empty, you want to delete it. You can do that using the del group tom. When you're ready, let's move on to the next section. Moving on to permissions. Needless to say, this is a very important topic because you want to know who has access to what resources on the system. You want to know who has access to what files, folders, and programs. Not only that, but when you're in the post-exploitation phase after you've compromised the host, one of the things you want to do is find files, directories, or programs with weak permissions that will allow you access to them, that will allow you to change them and execute them. Because these could be potentially used to inject quote-unquote malicious code into them. And I use quotes here because when we're doing an ethical hacking engagement, we're not actually injecting malicious code. We're injecting code that will sort of give us the upper hand or will allow us to escalate privileges. So we're just imitating what bad hackers would do. And here's what permissions look like. If you remember when we first learned about the ls command, I told you to look only at the very first column on the far left where we have the Ds and the dashes. And we said that D stands for directories, so here we can see videos, which is a directory, and the dash stands for files, like the root exec is a file and tom exec is a file. At that time, we ignored the rest of the characters. Now, however, we'll be looking at those. We'll be looking at what the RWX means. These are the permissions. So videos, for example, have the permissions of RWX, R-X, and R-X. What does all that mean? R stands for read. For file, give write access to fluff. I'm actually going to give it to the entire group. So I'm going to use the chmod command, group plus write Tom's file. So now everybody in the cats group will have write permissions to the file. Let me verify this by doing another long listing. And as you can see here, the second set of permissions have changed from read to read write. If I go back to fluff and I do nano on the file and I'll add fluff says meow2, I'll save it and it's saved. Brilliant. If I want to read it, I still can. Excellent. So now as fluff being part of the cats group, I was granted permission not only to read, but to read and write to the file. Let me see if I can actually delete the file. Oops, I cannot. I don't have access or permissions to delete the file. We'll get back to that in a second. Another post-exploitation tip, after you compromise a host, you want to find out what programs you can run as root. And you want to find out if these programs suffer from any vulnerabilities. Because if these programs have any security vulnerabilities and you're able to exploit those, you will be able to exploit them as root and you will get root privileges. If that doesn't work, you try to get access to other accounts and see what these accounts have permissions to and see if they can run any programs as root, and then you repeat the steps. If they can, you look at these programs, you see if they have any vulnerabilities. If not, try to get access to more accounts and so on and so forth. These are all parts of the privilege escalation phase that we talk about in the advanced hacking courses. To do that, to see what kind of programs you can run as root, you do sudo -l. This lists the program that you can run as root. To run a program as root, let's say I want to run the cat command or the nmap command as root, you use sudo. So for example, sudo nmap will run the nmap program as root. You can set these privileges of who can run what as root in a file called the sudoers file, which is usually under the /etc/sudoers. In this particular scenario, I have root that can run all programs as root, obviously, and I've configured also Tom to be able to run all programs as root. However, for Jerry, I've configured only one program with the ability to run as root. So here, Jerry can only run the bin/cat command as root. Here's your mission for this section. If you've been following along with the exercise, remember how user fluff failed to delete Tom's file? Find out what permission you need to change to allow fluff to delete that file. Then I'd like you to create a file with the following text in it. Echo, open quote, you have successfully ran an executable file, exclamation and close quote. Using Nano, you can create this file and give the file executable permissions and then find a way to execute the file. In other words, run the file or execute it so you can see this line, you have successfully ran an executable file as output on your screen.
Alright, we're nearing the end of part 1. For this section, we're going to be talking about processes and process management. Our objective is to understand how we can manage and control processes. So what's a process? A process is a running instance of a command. So whenever you run any command on Linux or on Windows or on any operating system for that matter, there is something that's created that's called a process that will be attached to this command. So let's say, for example, I fire up my web browser. The moment the web browser starts, a process will be started with the web browser and for the web browser. And now if I try the command again, ps-u tom, look at the difference. See all the new processes that appear, notably the sshd because I'm connected over SSH as Tom, and the bash because I'm logged in into my shell as Tom. Now, of course, as Tom, I can also see the processes that are being run by root using the same command, ps-u root. And I can see all the processes that are being run in the root context. Let's try to run the ping program, and I'm going to do ping hackersacademy.com. And I go back to my other shell. Now if I do ps-u tom again, look at that. The ping command appears in my process list. Let's say I want to kill a process, so I want to terminate a program. Maybe the program is hanging, it's stuck, it's not responding anymore, or maybe as root I see that Tom is connected and he's doing something that I don't want him to do. What can I do to do that? I use the kill command and follow the kill command with the process ID. So now if I want to kill the ping program, I type kill and 3113, which is the PID of ping. Obviously the ID changes from one system to another and from one instance to another. Now if I go back to Tom's shell, I can see that the ping command is dead. Another way to do that, but you need to be careful when you're using that, because that's a bit of a harsh way to terminate a program or a process, is to use the kill -9 option. Sometimes when you use the kill alone, there are certain processes that can be a bit stubborn and you will not be able to kill them. If there is no other way, you try everything and there's no other way to kill these processes, you can use the kill -9, which forcibly stops the process, regardless of what it's doing and what it's writing to and what it's interacting with. This might cause some damage to your system depending on what you're running at the time. So please be careful when you're using that. I'm just putting it there for the sake of completeness. So let me try that again. If I run the ping command again and I do the ps command to see the PID of ping, and I do kill -9 and the PID, this time notice that it's changed to 3125, and this kills the ping program. Now let's say I want to kick Tom completely out of his remote session. I can either kill the SSHD program or I can kill Tom's shell, which is the bash shell. And that has the PID of 3100. If I do that, kill 3100, and I go back to the putty, it's not there anymore. Let's have some fun with backgrounding processes. Backgrounding process means that you put a process in the background of a shell or a terminal, and you continue working on that terminal while the process is finishing whatever it needs to do. This is useful in two situations: and verify that nmap scan is still running or has successfully finished. If when you disconnected, the nmap scan disconnected with you or got interrupted, try it again with one of the different options that we saw earlier, and make sure that even when you disconnect from PuTTY, nmap is still running in the background. Once you're done, we can move on to the next section. So we're nearing the end of part 2. In this section, I'm going to put together for you a scenario, an actual realistic scenario when you're doing a penetration test or an ethical hacking engagement. And we're going to be putting together a number of different tools that we learned, plus some new tools, to see why Linux is considered very powerful and very convenient to use when we're doing pen testing. This session's objectives are to understand redirection, input and output redirection, and we're going to see some practical examples of those. Now we're going to be looking at piping and some practice. There's a small list of users. In users 1, same as users 2, and same as users 3. I kept the list short in this scenario just so it doesn't look too overwhelming in the output. But this can be very useful what we're doing when you have long lists of hundreds and hundreds of users that you don't want to be copying and pasting all the time. So as we know already, the cat command displays the content of a file. However, the cat command does not have an option to save the output. So what happens if I do cat users and I use the wildcard asterisk? We've seen that before. That does a cat on all the users files. And I can see the output combined. Now all that's missing is I want to save all this output in a text file. Obviously, I can copy and paste this output. But a cooler, faster way, instead of opening a text editor, copying, pasting, and saving the text, I can use the redirection command that we just saw. Let me clear the screen first. Let me try with the first two files. I'll do cat users1 and users2 and greater than sign to all dash users. Now if I do cat all users, you'll see that the users from 1 and 2 are combined in one file. I want to also combine the users from file 3. Now if I do cat users3 greater than sign all users, look what happens. I'll cat all users and that overwrote my previous output or my previous redirection. This happened because I used the greater than sign again. Let me try that again. I'll do cat users1 and users2 greater than sign all users. And now, instead of using 1 greater sign for the users3, I'll use 2, which tells the command append the output. Now if I cat all users, I'll see that I have a list of all users combined in one text file. So instead of copying pasting all these, imagine that I have to do that for tens of files. I could have done that using one command. And a much faster way to have done that is by using the asterisk. Remember the wildcards? If I do cat users star or asterisk and then redirect it into all users, that would have been a very simple one-liner to take the content of all the files, redirect the output, and put it in one file. Here's a quick tip for you. I can use the cat -n command to see the number next to each line. So now I have a list of users. These are the users that I'm going to be trying out in my attack on the mail server. Now that I have a list of users, my next step is to try and find a program that will take this list of users and a list of possible passwords and try these combinations against the email server that I'm targeting. In the Hacking for Beginners course, we saw Nmap, but we've seen a very small part of Nmap and what it does. We only saw how we can use it to do port scanning. There's a lot more to Nmap than just port scanning. For example, Nmap has a lot of scripts attached to it. These are basically small programs that we can use to scan for some vulnerabilities, do password attacks, and a whole bunch of other things. These scripts, usually on Kali, live under /user/share/nmap/scripts. If I do an ls on that directory to the list and try and find out if there's a script or a program that would help me in brute forcing the accounts on a mail server. So I go through the list, up and down, and here we go. Look at that. SMTP brute. SMTP is the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. I can use that to target the users on the mail servers. Brilliant. Excellent use of the grep command combined with the ls command. Now, I have a list of users. I have the program that I'm going to use. All I need to do is define the IP addresses that I'm going to be targeting. I look at my targets list. And that is one huge list. Let me count how many IP addresses I have. I can do that using wc-l and the file name, and it tells me I have 81 entries. So I have 81 IP addresses. So I want to break this down a little bit further. Let's have another look. Lucky for me, it looks like there are only two classes of IP addresses, the 10.10.10 and 10.10.22. So practically speaking, if I want to scan all those in one go, that's going to take ages. I'll probably sit around for hours waiting for the scan to finish, and that's not what I want to do. Ideally, I want to run 2 or 3 scans in parallel while I continue my work. Hopefully the scans will finish faster. I can come back to them and carry on with my work. So what I want to do is I'm going to split this list into 2 target lists, the 10.10.10 and the 10.10.22. To do that, I'm going to use the grep command again, and I'm going to say grep 10.10.10. So 10.10.10 is my keyword. Where am I looking for this? I'm looking for it in the targets.txt. I hit enter, and now I have a beautiful list of only available for you to download. Download it and complete your mission. Once you're done and ready, we can move on to the next section.
And with this, we come to the end of part 2. Congratulations on coming this far. Well done. I'm sure it wasn't an easy task, especially if that was your first course into Linux. There's a lot to learn and a lot to practice. Here's a quick overview of what we've covered so far. We started by having a very quick look at Kali, its graphical interface, and how we can tune it and customize it to our liking. Then we had a look at some basic commands that help us navigate the system. Copy files, create files, copy directories, create directories, and so on. We also saw how we can add and remove software. What's particularly of importance to us was how we can install software that is not found in Kali repositories. So if it's a third-party software, how can you download and install it? Then we looked at some archiving and compression options. We played around with wildcards and we did some cool tricks. Then we learned how to get help, read manual files, find out what commands we need to use when we're stuck. And that all was part 1. Part 2, we got even more technical. We looked at some basic network configuration. And that was necessary because we need that information when we're dealing with services. We looked at how we can start and stop services and configure services such as SSH and HTTP, and how we can use is where it gets very interesting. I've built up a Linux machine for you to hack. And you're going to definitely be able to do that using the skills that you learned in this course. You're not even going to need everything you learned in this course. Only some particular sections that I find are very important to familiarize yourself with. So if you're finding any difficulties hacking into that machine, go back to the course, review some sections that you think might help you out, and then try again. I'm sure you're going to get it. So once you're done with your break, come back and let's hack some stuff. Alright, you must be itching to get hacking, so let's get hacking. For this section, we're going to be using a target called Metasploitable 2. This is a specially designed VM that has more holes than a Swiss cheese. And we're going to be targeting this VM using the tools and the techniques that we learned in this course and in the previous courses to hack it in as many ways as possible. You will be provided with the link to download the VM, or you can just Google it. It's called Metasploitable 2. And once you download it, here's how you get it started. I'm going to be using VMware here. You can also use VirtualBox. For the purpose of this video, I'm going to be showing you how to run it on VMware. These are the files that I have downloaded and extracted. You'll see a number of files here. The one that I want is the file that ends with .vmx. All I have to do is to double click on this file and it will automatically load in VMware. And as you can see here, it's opened on my network. .1, .2, .137, .145, and .254. Given that my Kali IP address is 192.168.190.144, it is safe to assume that the Metasploitable target machine is the .145 IP address. Because I know that I started my Kali machine first, and then I started the Metasploitable machine. And naturally, VMware gave me an IP address, which is the .144, and then it gave the Metasploitable machine the next IP address, which is the .145. And as you can see here, the tool also tells us the make or the vendor of the machine that I'm targeting. And here it's highlighted as VMware. So I know this is another virtual machine. Now, obviously, I can cheat a little bit here and I can go and double check. From the prompt, we can see that the login details here are MSF admin. So I can use those to log into the machine. And I can run the ifconfig command again. And here we go. Here's the IP address 192.168.190.145. So to me, this is going to be the IP address that I'm going to be targeting in the next videos. To you, obviously, it's going to be something different. So go ahead, download the Metasploitable machine, get it up and running, figure out what the IP address is, and then let's get hacking. So now that I've figured out what the IP address of my target is, the next step is to figure out what services are running or what ports are open on my target machine. And we've seen one of our favorite tools before that we can use to do that, which is Nmap. And I'm going to be introducing you now to a couple new options in Nmap. The first one is the -v. -v is for verbose, which means give me more detailed output. Show me what's going on in the background. Don't leave me in the dark. If you run Nmap without the verbose option, you'll find yourself staring at a blank screen quite often. If you're like me, you just want to know what's going on every second of this scan, then you want to use the -v option. Or you can use the -vv or -3vs. The more V's you use, the more verbose it will be. So I'm going to do -V. The second option is -P-. And this is the same as saying -P 0 to 65535, which tells Nmap that I would like you to scan every single TCP port possible. And then -A. So Nmap has additional options more than or in addition to port scanning. It does other inspections or scans, such as what operating system is being used, what version of the operating system, what's the patch level of the operating system, the service that is detected, what kind of service is it, what version is it vulnerable to any known attacks, and so on. So it does a lot more probing than just port scanning. And if we want to combine all these probings together, we use the -A option. Now keep in mind that the -A option will take a lot more time than just a regular port scan. And because now we're trying to hack this machine, we want to know as much information as we possibly can about it. So I am going to be using the -A option. Next, I will specify the IP address of my target. And last but not least, I want to specify the output. I do not want Nmap to just display the output on the screen. I want it to be saved to a file. And as we have discussed before, Nmap has 3 different types of output. There's the regular Nmap output, which is very similar to a text file, and it is just a copy of the output of the screen. There is the gnmap file output, which is the greppable Nmap. We talked about this in previous videos. And lastly, there's the XML output, and that is used to be fed into other tools, which is something we talk about in other courses. For now, what I want to do is I want to save the 3 formats of this output, the Nmap, gnmap, and the XML file. And to do that, I do -O for output and -A for all, which means save the output in all the different file formats. And I name the output file. In this case, I'm calling it Metasploitable2. And I hit enter. You notice that Nmap immediately starts to discover open ports. But because I am going to be scanning every single TCP port, plus doing the version scanning and the vulnerability scans and so on, which I'm doing using the -A option, this is going to be taking a significant amount of time. You can see here on the screen, Nmap telling me there's 5 minutes remaining, and then that jumped to 9 and 14, and now I'm stopping at 37 minutes remaining. That's 37 minutes to scan one IP address. That's a lot of time. Imagine if you're doing that against 20 or 50 or 100 IP addresses in a penetration testing or ethical hacking project. So I stopped the scan here using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-C, which we talked about in previous videos as well. And I'm going to introduce you to another option in Nmap, which is the timing option. And this is the -T followed by a number. The number can be anything from 1 to 5, 1 being the slowest, and this is used to avoid intrusion detection systems, for example, but that can be very, very slow. And -5 is the insane scan, which is insanely fast. The problem with insanely fast, though, is that it's not extremely reliable, obviously, because Nmap just blasts out packets, the scanning packets, and waits for a very limited amount of time for the response. So we can only use that if we know for sure that the network that we're using is extremely reliable. Because I am using a virtualized environment and both machines are in my computer, I know that the network is very reliable, so I'm going to go with the -T5 option. The scan will start running, and you can immediately see here a warning that says Nmap is giving up on scanning one port because there's a retransmission cap hit. So this is one of the reliability issues that I talked about. However, on the positive side, you can see that the scan is considerably faster. It's gonna take another 1 minute or half a minute to finish. And now the scan is done. You can see that Nmap scanned 65536 ports in total. And the next step now Nmap is doing is a service scan. So it's going to be scanning every single service that it found running on the open ports. This is part of the -A option. Now that the scan is complete, I can scroll up and down to have a very quick look. But obviously that's not a very convenient way to look at it. I'll do a quick ls, and you can see that the files were stored where I'm working in the current directory. So I want to tidy things up a little bit. Let me create a directory called target, and then I want to move all the nmap scan files into the target directory. And we learned how to do that using the mv command and the name of the file with a wildcard. If you're unfamiliar with what that means, go back to the wildcard videos. Now if I do a listing of the target directory, I can see that the nmap output files have been successfully moved there. Now to view the content of the output file, I have one option which we've seen, which is the cat command, but that outputs the entire file on my screen, which is not very convenient. It's a big file with a lot of output, and I want to be able to go through it bit by bit. And to do that, I'm going to be using another command that we talked about, which is the less command. And now I can use my keyboard to navigate slowly through this file and go through it bit by bit. So this covers the port scanning bit. As you can see, there's a lot of ports open on the target machine. There's a lot of services running on the target machine. And now we get to the exciting part of trying to hack these services and get our way in and hopefully get root access. Let me now show you another tool. If you remember, the tools in Kali are listed under the Applications menu. And in Applications, the tools are grouped by category: information gathering, vulnerability analysis, and so on. In the information gathering, we've already seen the Net Discover tool and the Nmap tool. Now we're going to have a look at the ZenMap tool. You could either start it from the graphical menu or you can start it from the command line. ZenMap is basically Nmap's sister or brother, which is the graphical Nmap really. Once you start it, all you need to do is type in the IP address and then it automatically populates the command that is going to run. And as you can see here, this is a very similar command to the one that we ran earlier on the command interface. The cool thing here though is that from this drop-down menu, you can change the options. These are things that we talk about in more advanced courses, so don't worry too much about that for now. And lastly, we have the summary of the scan or the command that we did to run the scan. And by the way, if you want, you can save the scan, obviously, so you can come back to it later anytime you want. Now that we have the detailed scan output, we can start to target the services running on the machine. In the next video, we're going to be hacking our first service and getting access to our target. So let's abuse our first vulnerability and use it to exploit the machine and get root. We're going to start with the first port that we saw open, and that is TCP port number 21. And the service running behind it is an FTP service, particularly it's called VS-FTPD. Like I said, your job as an ethical hacker or as a penetration tester is to investigate each and every single one of these ports and services running behind them. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to connect to this port and see what information I can get out of it. I'm going to switch to my command line. And as you can see here, I have Metasploit running service that you target on the first IP address that you target. This almost never happens. So to make things a little bit more realistic and a little bit more challenging, I'm going now to assume that this service is no longer vulnerable, and we're going to move on together to look at other services and see how we can exploit those. But before we do that, here's your mission for this section. When we logged in as an anonymous user, we did not find anything on that FTP server. So what I'd like you to do for this mission is to log in using the default credentials that are provided, which are the MSF admin user and MSF admin password. And see what you can get. See if there's anything useful that you can find. If you find anything on the FTP server, figure out a way to download these files and directories to your Kali machine. So not only list them, but actually download them. Once you're done with this FTP server on port 21, there's another FTP server running on another port. Do the same thing. Try to connect to that FTP server. And again, try anonymous user. If that does not work, try the MSF admin user. And once you're logged in, if you actually manage to log in, see if there are any files or folders that you might find useful and figure out a way to download those as well. Once you're done, let's move on to the next video. Alright, I hope you've been having fun hacking so far. So far, we managed to get root access to our target machine purely on information based on the Nmap scan. In this video, we're going to see how we're going to utilize information provided to us by the Nessus scanner to get root access yet again. And I'm going to be looking here at the very first vulnerability reported by Nessus, titled Debian OpenSSH OpenSSL Package Random Number Generator Weakness. And as we've seen before, Nessus tells us what port and what protocol is affected, obviously also the IP address, and some reference information, which can be the BID, CVE, and so on. These are particular references if we want to get more information about the vulnerability itself. So for example, CVE 2008-0166 is the particular number assigned to this vulnerability. So if I go and look up this number, I can find more information about this particular vulnerability. And I'm going to do just that. I went and looked it up, and I tested a few options without taking you through the entire test process, which, by the way, as a penetration tester or as an ethical hacker, you should be doing. So what I've done is I went through some of these links here. I read through them, I tried out a few tools, and eventually I decided on one that I thought would work. .tar, this tells me that this is a tar archive, and I type apropos tar, which gives me a number of options. I'll go with the tar option, and without going through the help options, we've seen this already. It's extract, be verbose, and the file name. And as you can see here, all of these are possible keys that we're going to be trying against our target, and one of them hopefully will work. Now we took 2 steps to decompress and untar this file. So we used the bzip tool, and then we used the tar tool. However, we could have done that in one quick step using the tar xvjf option. J deals with the bzip files. Let me delete that, and let me quickly list the contents of the directories just to double check that everything is there. Perfect. Now I can run the script. Let me run it again. And as you can see here in the output example, this tells me that I need to run the script with the directory where I have extracted the keys, then followed with the host IP, which is my target IP, then followed with the port number. And this is why it's extremely important to do port scanning, because as we've seen before, we had different FTP servers running on different ports. I cannot just assume automatically that SSH is going to be running on port 22. In most cases, yes it is. But in case the target had a different SSH server running on another port, let's say 2222, then my attack here would have failed if I just automatically assumed that it's on port 22 only. Here it is on port 22, so I'm gonna go ahead with that. And then the last option that I need to specify is the number of threads. Threads basically means the number of connections that I'm going to make simultaneously to the SSH server. So how many keys am I trying at the same time? I can go. We just finished attacking the service on port 22. There's another service on port 23. See if you can attack it and get access to the system through it. And notice, do you get root access or not? If not, can you still execute commands as root? So even if you're logged in but not as root, can that particular users run or execute commands as root? When you're done with port 23, go ahead and try port 513. And the question here will be, did you use the same commands to connect to both ports 23 and 513, or did you use different commands? And lastly, what about port 1524? Try that port as well. When you're done, let's move on to the next video. Alright, let's carry on and find yet another way to break into our target. Let's have another look at our list of favorite tools. We looked at the information gathering so far, we covered a number of tools. We looked at the vulnerability analysis. From that, we've been using Nessus and Nmap extensively. And now, let's use yet another tool. This time, I'm going to use a tool called Nikto. And this is a tool particularly for web vulnerability scanning. What that means is that it scans websites and tries to find any possible vulnerabilities in these websites. We know we can use this tool because we have detected more than one web service running on our target. And if I run the tool as is, I get an error message saying no host specified. So I need to be able to use some particular options to make the tool run correctly. And as you can see from the output, to specify a host, I have to say -host and the IP address of my target. Now here's the thing. Like I said, there are more than one web server running on this target machine. There's one on port 80, which is an Apache server, and there's another one on port 8180, which is an Apache Tomcat server. So I'm going to go with the Apache Tomcat server on port 8180. Because it's a non-standard port, I'm gonna have to specify to Nikto what port I'm targeting. If I do not do the -p option and I tell it what port to attack or what port to scan, I will end up scanning port 80 by default. So I'm going to say -p 8180 to specify what port I want to scan. Nikto starts running, and as usual, it's going to take a bit of a time, so I'm going to speed things up a little bit with the recording. And here we can start seeing either port 80 or port 443. But because this server is on a non-standard port, I have to tell my browser what port to connect to. And this is the link to the Tomcat manager. Let me try the username and password, which are Tomcat. And I'm in. Perfect. So now I've logged in to the manager interface. So that might allow me to deface the website, to upload some content, and so on. We can do this manually ourselves, create certain packages to upload, or we can use Metasploit, which has a module that can allow us to exploit this in a much easier, faster way. So in Metasploit, I'm going to search for Tomcat. And you see here two options. The Tomcat Manager Deploy and the Tomcat Manager Upload. Either of these options work absolutely fine on our target. I'm going to go with the second one, and to tell Metasploit what exploit I want to use, I use the use command. Pretty intuitive, right? So I say use the module path, and the next step, like we've seen with the VSFTPD exploit, I need to configure the exploit. In the VSFTPD exploit, all I had to do was set the IP address of the target. Here I have a few more options that I need to configure. For one, I have to set the password that I'm going to log in with, which is Tomcat. Then I have to set the username, which I'm going to log in with. Again, this is Tomcat. Then, of course, I have to set the remote host or the IP address of my target, which is 192.168.190.145. And lastly, I have to set the remote port that I'm attacking. See here, it is by default set to 80. However, we know by now, the port that we're targeting is port 8180. Let me double check again. I'll see that all the options are set correctly. And now all I have to do is run the exploit. And here we go. Perfect. Now I have a Meterpreter shell. The Meterpreter shell is a shell that belongs to Metasploit in particular and that allows me to execute certain commands through Metasploit on the target machine, which is different than the native Linux shell of my target. So for example, if I run a command such as id, which we know will work on, for example, guid is a particular command that runs through Meterpreter. Now, if I want to use the actual Linux shell, which is the native shell like we've seen on Kali before, I can do that by running the shell command. And you'll notice here that the prompt changes. I have now entered the native Linux shell. So now I can run commands that we've seen before on Linux. If I try guid, for example, now it will not work because I'm running directly on Linux. I'm no longer running through Meterpreter. If, however, I try who am I, you'll see that it works. If I run ID, you'll see that it works. Whereas before, when I was running it through Meterpreter, it did not work. You notice the difference? So again, now after I typed the shell command, the Meterpreter program gave me access to the native Linux shell. And I can run native Linux commands. Now here's the thing. As you can see, I am not root. I am a low-privileged user called Tomcat55. Later on, we're going to see how we can use certain scripts to find vulnerabilities that allow us to escalate our privileges. I am not going to be covering privilege escalation in a lot of details because this is something we dedicate a lot of time to in more advanced courses. However, what I'd like you to understand is the principle behind this. We do not always get root access when we exploit a target. Actually, we often do not get root access. It's more often that we get in with a low-privileged user. And then part of the process of penetration testing or ethical hacking is to find a way to elevate or escalate our privileges from a low-privileged user to root or administrator. And this process is called privilege escalation. Now, as you've seen, we managed to get to where we are because we used Nikto, which is, again, a vulnerability scanner for web applications or websites. However, it's a tool used for generic websites. There are certain tools that are very specific to particular web technologies. So for example, if you have heard about WordPress, which is a content management system that allows you to create websites, upload contents to websites, and so on, there is a tool particularly to scan WordPress websites for vulnerabilities that are specific to WordPress. And this tool is called WP Scan. There are other tools that we can use to scan Drupal websites, for example, which you do not see here in this list. So once you find out what particular technology is running behind the website and what particular software is being used, it's a good idea to go and do some research and find if there are vulnerability scanners that are specific to that technology or software being used. And again, very quickly, if we go back to the vulnerability analysis section or menu, you'll see here a tool or a script called Unix privilege escalation. And this is a script that we run on compromised systems to see how we can escalate our privileges. We're going to be looking at that in another video. All right, perfect. So far, we have found multiple ways into our target through multiple vulnerabilities. The first one, we got it through an FTP service, and that was simply based on the version number of the FTP service that we detected through Nmap. The second one was something that Nessus reported back to us. After we did the vulnerability scan, we found out that there is a potential exploit that we can use to get into the system. And in both instances, in the FTP server and in the SSH server, we managed to get in as root. The third exploit that we used was web-based. We managed to get in through a website. And in this particular case, we got in as a low-privileged user. We did not get in as root. And as I said, the next step would be to escalate our privileges. However, before we talk about this, let's find yet another way to get into our target. let's look at another way on how we can get into our target system. In this video, I'm going to be targeting a database service. If we go back to our Nmap results, we see that on TCP port 3306, there's a MySQL service running. This is a database service. And as we know, databases can contain a lot of sensitive information, such as usernames, passwords, and so on. Going back to my favorites menu in Kali, there's a section for database assessment. And what I want to try and do now is I want to try to connect to this database, but for me to do that, I need to have the correct username and password. So what I will do is I'm going to try to guess this username and password using a tool called SQLDict, which is short for SQL Dictionary. The reason it's called SQLDict or SQL Dictionary is because this type of password guessing is called password dictionary attack. In other words, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a small list of probable or possible passwords, and the technical term for this is called a password dictionary. And then I'm going to be trying every one of these passwords in the hope that one of them will work. But as you can see here, the SQLDict program did not work. It tells me that it looks like Wine32 is missing. Wine32 is a program on Kali and other Linux distributions that allows you to run certain Windows programs. So in Windows, for example, you will see these programs that end with a .exe extension. These are executable programs. Obviously, these are designed to be built and run on Windows. They're not designed for Linux. Wine is a program that allows you to run certain Windows applications on Linux. However, it looks like it's not present on Kali. But we do know by now how to install programs. And as you can see, conveniently here, the command that you need to use to install Wine is highlighted. So all I need to do is just copy and paste this command to get started with installing Wine. Now here's something that I haven't shown you before. You've seen the dpackage and the apt-get commands. Notice the and between them, the ampersand between them. This allows me to run more than one command at once. So what I'm telling my Kali Linux right now is to run the dpackage command. Once it's done, run the apt-get command. Once it's done, run another apt-get command. And now the first command has started running. It's trying to fetch the packages that it needs. It is a big download, so I'm not going to wait for it. I'll leave it running, and meanwhile, I'm going to go and show you another tool that we can use to accomplish the same objective. And you can find that going back to our favorites menu under the password attacks. There are different types of password attacks. We're going to be going with one of the easiest ones, which is attacking an online service. We've seen in other videos how we have SSH running and FTP running, and these are services that usually require a username and a password. When you attack these services, trying to guess these usernames and passwords on services that are online and running is called an online password attack. MySQL, the database service that's running on our target system, is going to be our target right now. We want to guess the username and password, and this again is called an online password attack. So what I want to show you under this menu is the word lists directory. We've seen in previous videos the rock.q file, when we talked about how to untar and uncompress a file. You'll notice here though that this is already extracted. It is no longer in a tar or compressed format. And this is because I'm using the latest Kali version. In the latest Kali version, the rock.q file is already decompressed and ready for you to use in a text format. Now I'm going to be using this file, so I'm just going to copy the path to it because I'm going to be needing that later on. Now here's something I want you to notice. If you look at the password attacks again, try and find a tool called Hydra. Take a second, look through the menu, and try to find the Hydra tool. You'll see that it's not there. And this is something important that I'd like you to keep in mind. The name of this menu that we're looking at is the favorites menu. So this is a list of the favorite tools that Kali decided you could be using. However, this does not cover every single tool in Kali, and it most definitely does not cover every single hacking tool. This is why, and I keep emphasizing this again and again, this is why it's really important to understand the concepts as opposed to just memorizing tools. So now the concept is we're doing a password attack. What tool do we use? That really depends on the situation. Sometimes you try one tool, it doesn't work. You go and find another tool, you try it, and that works. So don't get hung up on what you see in this favorite list. Don't get hung up on one tool. I know I keep repeating this concept, but it's really important to drive. You might have noticed that the passwords here don't look exactly like the normal passwords that we see. There's 5 of them, and they all are the same length, and they look pretty random. This is what is known as a hashed password. In other words, and I'm not going to be technically correct 100% here, so for the techies out there, don't get too hung up on what I'm going to say next. This is what an encrypted, let's say, password looks like. It's not exactly encryption, but for the sake of simplicity and easiness, let's assume this is encryption. This is what an encrypted password looks like. So if you take this password as is, the first one, for example, the admin password that starts with 5F4DCC, etc. If you take that as is and try to log in as admin using this password, it will not work. Because this isn't the actual value of the password. This is a hidden value of the password. So what the criminal hackers do is that they get their hands on these encrypted or hashed passwords and they try to crack them. So they try to get the actual password out of this obfuscated text. The ROQ file that I've shown you earlier originated from exercises like this. So criminal hackers got into a website, they dumped millions of password hashes, and they reversed them. They found the actual value, the plain text value of these passwords. If this sounds confusing, don't worry too much about it. We get into a lot more details about this in more advanced courses. For now, what I'd like you to take away from this is that we managed to log into the MySQL database. We found a list of usernames and a list of hashed passwords, or if you want to call it encrypted for now. So now what would be the next step for you as a hacker? You can do one of two things. Now you have a list of usernames. And remember what I told you in password guessing, half of the battle is won by getting the correct usernames. Now you have 5 new usernames. So you could either go ahead and try these usernames with another password attack using Hydra or a similar tool, or if you're feeling more adventurous, you can try and reverse these obfuscated passwords and get the actual password value out of them. I'm not going to show you how to do that. This is going to be your mission for this section. But before I tell you what your mission is, let me very quickly check on the Wine installation and see where it's at. Brilliant. Now it looks like it's ready. So now I can execute the SQL dict. And here we go. It wants a target IP address, a target account, obviously, which is the username, and a password list. Now look at this. If I click on this button here, you could see that it looks like a Windows application. If you click at the drop-down menu, you see desktop, my computer, so on and so forth. So it is actually a Windows application that we managed to run now on Kali. I'm not going to go ahead and run this. Let's go back to your mission. Your mission for this section. If you're feeling a little bit adventurous, try and crack these password hashes. In other words, try to get the actual password value out of these obfuscated long strings of text. There are 2 ways for you to do that. One, it could be as simple as pasting this text value in Google and see if somebody else has done the work for you and they found the password for you. That usually works if your target is using a common password. Or 2, use a tool in Kali that does that for you. The name of the tool that we usually use is called John the Ripper. So go ahead, give that a try, and when you're ready, let's move on to the next section. Alright, I hope you've been enjoying hacking so far. Let's carry on and look some more tools in Kali. So far we've looked at the information gathering section. We looked at NetDiscover, Nmap, ZenMap. We looked at the vulnerability analysis using Nessus, Nmap. We've also seen OpenVAS, which again you do not see here in the favorites menu. We looked at web application analysis tools using Nikto. I told you about tools such as WP Scan and Drupal Scan. We looked at the database assessment. We guessed the username and a password for a MySQL database. We logged into it. And we did that using some password attack tools. Now I'm going to skip over the wireless attack section because that is a completely different course on its own. And the same goes for the reverse engineering. Again, this is a completely separate course on its own. I really wouldn't be giving it any justice if I show you one tool or two tools from the wireless or the reverse engineering menu. So we'll move on to the exploitation tools. And we've seen Metasploit more than once. So let's continue now with the sniffing and spoofing tools. I want to revisit one of the tools that we saw in the Hacking for Beginners course. And this is the Wireshark. Wireshark is a packet sniffing tool or a packet capture tool. It's a tool that sits on your computer, monitors the network traffic, and captures all the packets. You can also specify what kind of packets. HTTPS is the secure HTTP. It's an encrypted HTTP. So if I was unlucky enough that the admin was using HTTPS, I will not be able to capture the username and password. It will be encrypted. So I will see packets, but it will look like gibberish. This is why it's very important when you're logging into your email, to your social media, to Hackers Academy, for example, you make sure that the URL starts with HTTPS. And we're going to be seeing why right now. So I'm going to scroll down and look for the HTTP protocol. Here it is. And look here at the filter. You'll see that it's highlighted in green, which means Wireshark understands what I want. Now I'm going to add another filter, which is the word contains. Notice now how the bar turned into red, which means Wireshark doesn't know exactly what I want. I need to be adding something. If I keep my mouse cursor on top of the word that I want to use, you get a nice detailed explanation of what it means to use the word contains. So if I want to use the word contains or the filter contains, I need to provide a value with it. What do I want it to contain? In other words, what I'm telling Wireshark right now is, ignore every packet except HTTP packets. And ignore every for decoder. You'll see a number of websites that you can use, pick any one you want, and paste the text. Make sure that you paste only the encoded text. Hit decode, give it a second, and you'll see the username and password here, Tomcat. This is the username and password that we managed to guess in previous videos and that gave us access to the manager backend, which also in turn allowed us to compromise the system. So in this scenario, what we've done is that we assumed the admin has changed the default username and password. We tried to guess it, but we couldn't. We tried to use a password dictionary attack, but that failed. So what was our resolution to this? What did we do? We ran a packet capture or a network sniffer, which is called Wireshark. Again, there are so many different tools that do the exact same job. For this exercise, we chose Wireshark because it is the most popular one. We set it up to capture traffic across the network, and then we filtered out the display to find the obfuscated username and password. We reversed this obfuscation, we got the username and password, so it doesn't matter what complexity the password is. It could be 100 characters long. We would have captured it all the same. And you know what's going to happen next. You take this username and password, you log into the manager, you make sure that you have access, and then you go back to your Metasploit, you configure the exploit, and you get access to the system. But remember what happened when we got access to the system exploiting the Tomcat manager? We ended up getting access as a low-privileged user. We did not get access as root. And do you remember what I told you needs to happen after that? You needed to escalate privileges. You needed to find a way to escalate your privileges. This is what we're going to be talking about in the next section. For now, go ahead and try what we've done here. And once you're ready, let's move on to the next section. Let's revisit one of our exploits. We saw how we exploited the Tomcat manager in a previous video, and I told you we're going to get back to privilege escalation and how we can escalate privileges. Because if you remember, when we got in as a low privileged user. We unfortunately did not get in as the root user. So let's revisit this exploit. As you can see here, I'm using the Tomcat manager deploy exploit on Metasploit, and I have preset the options so we don't have to redo this again, and I'm running the exploit. Now that we got in, we have an interpreter shell. I'm going to run the getUID command to show me in what context or in what user did I manage to get in. And as you can see here, I have access as the Tomcat 55 user, which is not the root user. So my target right now is to elevate or to escalate privileges from the Tomcat 55 to become root. I want to take full control over this system. And to help me with this, there's a script on Kali called Unix privesc check. It's a script that you run on any Linux system, and it will do a long list of checks to see what kind of weaknesses or vulnerabilities exist on the system that might allow you to escalate your privileges to root. You can find the script at this URL here, so I'm going to copy this URL and go and visit the website. And what I want to do is I want to download the script from the internet, from this web page, onto my target system, because I want to run it on my Tomcat target. So I'm going to copy the link location. I'll go back to my interpreter shell, and I'm going to ask interpreter to allow me to interact with the native Linux shell. And to do that, we've seen this before, you type shell, and this drops me into the native Linux shell. As a side note or as a quick hint, when you compromise a system as a low privileged user and you want to download some scripts or programs, or you want to execute some programs or even compile some programs, you might want to do this from the temp directory. Because quite often, when you end up breaking into a system, you'll end up in a directory where you do not have the appropriate privileges to run or execute commands in. The temp directory, however, is designed to allow any user on a Linux system to run and execute commands or download tools and so on. So it has pretty relaxed privileges. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to change the directory into temp. I'll double check that I am in temp using the pwd command, and then I'm going to download the Unix privesc check script. I'll do that using the wget command, which we've seen so far multiple times, and I'll wait for the download to finish. Now, as you can see here, if I do ls, I have the file downloaded into the temp directory. I'll copy the name of the file, and I'm going to extract it using the tar command that we've seen before. Let me cd into the directory that I extracted. Oops, I made a mistake. Just put the full name of the file. Let me list the directory content to double check what was the name of the new directory created. And here it is, Unix privesc check 1.4. I'll copy that and I'll cd into the directory. Now, as you can see here, one of these files has the execute permissions set on it. So this is my script. This is the script that I want to execute or run. And to do that, I use the /. The / allows me to run executable files in Linux. So I do / and the script name. And I get here an output that tells me the usage needs to either be standard or detailed. Standard is obviously faster, however with less details. The detailed would be a lot more detailed, however it will take quite some time. For the sake of this video, I'm gonna go with the standard one just to show you what kind of output you'll get. And as you can see here, we get plenty of output. There's quite a few checks that the script does for us. These are all things that we used to do manually long time ago. Now, lucky for us, there are smart people that put together these scripts that automate this process for us. And at the end, we get useful output that we can use to try and compromise the systems. Now, I'm not going to walk you through this entire output because that in itself is a completely separate section or a course. We go into a lot more details into how to escalate privileges in the more advanced course. However, for now, it's suffice for you to know that you run the script, you wait for it to finish, and then you go through the output. Towards the end, usually, there are some recommendations about certain exploits that could work and allow you to get root access. I'm not going to give you the answer for this one because this is going to be your mission, but not the current mission. This is going to be a mission for a later time. For now, what I'd like you to do is wget or download the script to the target machine, extract it, and make sure that you are able to run it successfully. Once you're done, let's move on to the next video. No course about hacking and exploitation and Metasploit is complete without the mention of Armitage. Armitage is a tool that accompanies Metasploit, and it's kind of a front end to Metasploit. It's a graphical interface that uses Metasploit console in the back end, and it helps you automate a lot of things and does a lot of things on your behalf from a nice graphical interface. It does have a big fan base. Personally, I'm not a very big fan because I don't see it as a very smart tool. It does, however, make things a lot easier if you are on a straightforward ethical hacking engagement or a penetration testing engagement. And to go and query all the exploits in Metasploit and will return back to me a list of all the exploits that affect any of the services that appeared in my Nmap scan. So that was a mouthful. Let me show you what I'm talking about, what I mean by that. I'll right click on one of the targets. I'll go to the attack menu and look at this. For example, the FTP menu shows me a number of exploits that I can use. Now, if you pay close attention, use FTPD and particularly its version 2.3.4. So let me see what was the result for this check. I'll go back to the check exploits tab. And it's the only module that does not support check. So I'm left with the only option of running the exploit in the hope that it's going to work. So again, I'll right click on the target, go to attack, FTP, and this time instead of check exploits, I'm going to select the VSFTP 2.3.4 backdoor. I'll expand this a bit. And this is exactly what you would have gotten in the MSF console, in the console-based Metasploit. It has the description of the exploit and it has the options that you need to configure. In the MSF console, we do that manually. So we do set our host, set our port, and so on. Here we can one is open. And it appears that nothing has happened, but if I go back to my target, look how the icon has changed. The frame is all red and I have these lightnings surrounding the target, meaning that I managed to compromise this target. So this gives me an indication, a visual indication of what targets have been compromised. Okay, great, but where is my shell? Notice here the exploit -J. When we usually run an exploit on MSF console, what we've seen so far is we do one of two things, either type exploit or type run. Both will do the same thing, both will run the exploit. And then after the exploit runs successfully, we get presented by a shell. But here the difference is that Armitage has done exploit -J, meaning run the exploit as a background job. We've already seen how to do background jobs in Linux, and this is very similar graphically here as well to the target system. I'll click on interact and you'll see that a new tab has opened called shell1, and now I have shell on my target. If I type ifconfig, I'll see the network information of my target getting returned. If I type who am I, successfully, I should get an output, but it seems that I cannot spell today. Nonetheless, notice that if I type clear, I get some kind of gibberish appearing on my screen, because this is what we call a non-interactive shell. Later on through this course, we're going to be taking a deep dive into non-interactive shells and how we can convert them into interactive shells. So let me close this shell. You'll see that although I did close the shell, I still have the visual of the compromised host, meaning that it is still compromised, and should I wish to, I can go back and reopen the shell. So if I want to disconnect the shell, I'll go back to the menu, I'll go to shell1, and I'll click on disconnect. And now my shell is disconnected, and look at the visual, it's changed again, meaning I have lost my quote-unquote compromise. I have lost my root access, I have lost my shell. Not only we can run exploits from Armitage, but we can also log into the target system if there are services that allow logins, such as FTP, SSH, etc. So for example, let's say the target has the MySQL service running. So I'll just right click on the target, go to login, go to MySQL and click on it. And if I have the correct credentials, the correct username and password, I would be able to log into the MySQL database using Armitage. So let me put in root as username and I'll leave the password as blank and I'll click on launch. Now this is going to fail because blank is not accepted as a password here. But what I wanted you to see is this. The auxiliary scanner MySQL login. And this is what I was referring to when we were talking about different modules. So for example, this is an auxiliary module that allows me to scan MySQL databases and try a set of usernames and passwords to useful when automating certain attacks, only if you know what you're doing. So I hope with this video, you have a much better idea of what Armitage is. You know what you're doing because of all the things that we have been learning so far and because of the things that you will be continuing to learn throughout these videos. And when you come across a situation that you deem fit, please, by all means, use Armitage, take screenshots, show the client because it does make for very impressive screenshots. All right, go ahead and play around with Armitage for a while. And when you're ready, let's move on to the next section. And with that, we come to the end of our hacking section with Kali. You've been introduced to a fair amount of tools and new concepts, and I know that some of these concepts might be completely new to you. Some of these hacking methods or techniques might be completely new to you, and you might have felt stuck at certain points or felt frustrated, and this is absolutely fine. As a matter of fact, this is expected, especially if you are a beginner. Remember, this is a beginner's course. You're not expected to be an expert at everything. As a matter of fact, you're not expected to be an expert at anything. Remember that you are just starting your hacking journey. So I just wanted to put this out there. If by this point you have been feeling a little bit frustrated or confused, I want you to know that this is completely normal. And all I suggest that you do is revisit the videos, go over them 3, 4, 5 times, however many times you need to understand the concepts behind them. I know some of the concepts took me around 12 or 13 times of revisiting them and reviewing them for me to understand. And this is really what sets people that make it and become good at ethical hacking from people who quit and decide, no, this is not for me. It's just persistence. Alright, so now that I mentioned this, let's recap very quickly what we have done so far. We started by looking at the favorites menu in Kali, and remember that I told you this is the favorites menu, so it doesn't cover every single tool in Kali. It just lists some of the tools that are considered to be the favorite in the pen testing or hacking community. We looked at the information gathering section. We saw how we can collect information about our target, what ports are open, what services are running, what versions behind those, and so on. We looked at the vulnerability analysis and how we can use Nessus and OpenVAS and other tools to dig deeper into scanning the target and finding particular vulnerabilities that we can exploit. We looked at some of the web application vulnerability scanners, and I mentioned that for different technologies you might have different scanners. For now, what I want you to do is to focus more onto the infrastructure and network hacking. The social engineering can be used in different scenarios, which we're not too concerned with for now. For now, what I'd like you to focus more and make sure that you understand the concepts behind network hacking and infrastructure hacking. And lastly, we have the system services section, and this is something that we've seen time and time again from the command line, how you can disable and enable services such as SSH, Nessus daemon, and so on. So with that, we come to the end of the Kali hacking section. I know that we've covered a lot, and again, let me re-emphasize the point that if you have been confused or frustrated at any point in time, please know that this is absolutely normal. The best thing you can do is go back to the videos, watch them again, and remember, we are always available on the community page online. We're there to help, we're there to support. If you feel that you're stuck, ask a question. We're there to help you and answer your questions. Alright, I hope you've enjoyed the hacking journey so far. The next section, we're going to be putting everything that we learned together. So when you're ready, let's move on to the next section. Alright, now is the time to put everything we learned together and create something beautiful. If you've done the Web Applications Fundamentals course, you would have seen at the end of the course a target virtual machine that I've created for you. I hope by now you've completed this course and you managed to hack that virtual machine. Because right now I'm going to show you how I created and I set up this machine for you, purely using commands and tools that we learned throughout this course. Nothing too fancy, it's all things that we went through and we covered in this course. So now you're going to be learning how to create a fully functioning server that is designed specifically to be vulnerable for certain types of attacks. If you haven't done the Web Application Fundamentals course yet, I'm going to do my best not to spoil it for you. So there are certain things that I'm going to cover up a little bit, or maybe I'm going to skip, so that you can go back to the Web Applications course at any time and try to hack that machine for yourself. I don't want to spoil that for you. I don't want to ruin the fun for you. Having said that, you are going to still see the full process that I used from A to Z, all the commands, all the configurations, everything in this video. So let's get started. I used a minimal Ubuntu version. If you don't know Ubuntu, that's another flavor of Linux like Debian and so on. I've provided the link for you to download. Usually that version of Ubuntu is around 50 megabytes. That's it. And then we're going to take that version and start building up on it and adding our own services and server functionality so that later on we can hack it. I'm logged in now into my VM where I've already set up Ubuntu. Setting up Ubuntu is pretty straightforward, so I'm going to skip over that section. If you still have questions about the setup, please let me know, but I don't want to bore you through the details of those because I'm assuming you already know how to do that by now. We've set up Kali a couple times, we've set up Metasploitable, we've set up a couple other targets. So assuming that the setup phase is finished and you're logged in already, the first thing I want to do, so I don't have to keep switching between virtual machines, is I want to log in remotely into my Ubuntu server using PuTTY through SSH, which makes it pretty convenient for me to work. So as we've learned, I'm going to try and start the SSH service. I do get an error though that tells me the service has failed because it's not found. Remember, this is a minimal version of Ubuntu, so there's a lot of things that are not already pre-provided on it. So I'm simply going to download and install the SSH server by using the apt get command that we saw earlier. And I'm going to type apt get install SSH. I'll hit the yes button and let the installation continue. I'll clear the screen up once I'm done. And again, remember we needed to change the SSH configuration to allow us to log in remotely as root. And we did that using the Nano command. So I'll go nano/etc/ssh/sshd config. And using the Ctrl W, I'm going to look for the keyword permit. Once I find it, next to the permit root login, I'm going to clear the prohibit password and say yes. I'll save it, Ctrl X, and then I'm going to say service SSH restart to restart the SSH service. Now I grab my PuTTY and I'm able to log in remotely into my Ubuntu server using the password that I've set up previously with a header title, so that will look a little bit bigger in the font. And when you're done, just save it as we've learned using the Ctrl X and yes. Now if I go back to the web browser on my Windows machine and I refresh the page, I'll see the text that I just wrote. So I've changed the default Apache web page to the text that I just wrote. Perfect. The last thing I want to do is I want to change the permissions on that file. I did that so I can allow you to be able to edit it yourself after you finish hacking the machine. Let me show you what I mean. If we do the ls-l command, remember the -l was for long listing to allow us to see the permissions of the file. And look at that. Only root has the read and write permissions. Everybody else can only read the file. In the real world scenario, this is the perfect setup. You don't want anybody to be able to change or write to the public page that you have. But you want everybody to be able to read it because this is your home page. However, when I was creating this target for you, I assumed that the web server administrator has made a misconfiguration error. The web server admin has changed the permissions at one point in time and forgot to change them back to a more secure configuration, which is something that we actually see happen quite often. Usually this happens when the web developers are developing a website in a test environment. They relax the permissions so that they can work on things comfortably. And then they move the server from the test environment to the production environment, where the public now has access to the website, but they forget to change the permissions to a more secure setting. So that was the mindset that I went with. It's a misconfiguration that was forgotten by the web administrators. So I want to give you write access to this file to give you the ability to write to it after you are able to hack the machine. And to do that, remember it was the chmod command. And just to make it easier, I'm going to say give all the read-write permissions on the index.html file. Now, if I list the permissions again, I can see that everybody has RW, which is read-write. And with that, I have finished the setup of my target machine. So now the next step is going to be to hack this machine and find your way to the index.html page and leave your mark on it. In the next video, I'm going to show you what you can do using the standard Linux commands that we learned in this course to be able to achieve that. I am going, however, to skip over the part of how you figure out how to hack this machine because I don't want to spoil it for you. To be able to do that, you would have needed to go through the Web Applications Fundamentals course. So, after you've finished setting up, if you're following along with this video, let's move on to the next section. So now I managed to get into the target machine. And the first thing I did is I ran the ifconfig command to verify the IP address that I am indeed on my target machine. Clearly, I did not show you how I did that. That's for you to find out. This is your mission for the Web Application Fundamentals course. So I'm not going to spoil it for you. If you are stuck or having any challenges breaking into that machine, please go back to the other two beginners courses, the Hacking for Beginners course and the Web Applications Fundamentals course. Both of these courses combined have everything for you that you need to know to be able to successfully compromise this machine. So I'm not going to spoil it for you. It is still your mission for the Web Applications Security Fundamentals course, and you will have to figure it out on your own. If after going through both of these courses you're still struggling with it, I have left plenty of hints for you. If you're still facing challenges even with the hints, then please feel free to get in touch with me. So again, let's go back to the target. This is my view here after I got shell. Now remember, one of the first things that I told you need to do after you get in is verify who did you get in as. Who are you on that system? Did you manage to get in as root? Hopefully, fingers crossed, and then mission accomplished. Or did you unfortunately got in but as a regular user? And the command we use to do that is the ID command. And as we can see here, unfortunately, I managed to get in but as a low privileged user called the www-data. This is the default user that runs the Apache server. By the way, in the more advanced courses, our next step would be to escalate our privileges. So now that we got in as a low privileged user, the next thing I want to do is find a way to become root. But because this is more advanced and for later courses, I didn't want you to worry about that. And that's why I told you that your objective is to deface the homepage and leave a message on it. So you would know what it looks like when the bad hackers usually break into websites and leave a message on the homepage of these websites saying that it got hacked by XYZ or whatever. Alright, so let's focus on our objective. Our objective right now is to find the homepage, the index.html file, and see if we can put a message on it. Now for me to be able to do that, I want to figure out where am I? Where did I end up landing when I got into this machine? And to do that, I use the pwd command, the print working directory. Cool, so I find that I am in the web directory somewhere under a folder called Tiki and vendor extra and so on. So again, I want to go back to the web root directory where the index.html file exists. And this is, as we've mentioned multiple times before, is under the /var/www/html. Now that I'm there, I want to use the ls-al command to see all the files and to see my permissions on these files. Because if I don't have permission to edit that file, then I'm in trouble. Luckily, I can see that the web administrator has done a mistake and has left the permissions as read-write for everybody, allowing me, as the hacker, to change the file. To do that, I'm going to use an easier approach than Nano. Because I just want to leave one word or one sentence on that page, I don't have to do the Nano and then edit it and save it and so on. I'm just going to use the echo command that we saw previously. The echo command, if you remember, takes whatever input I give it and then echoes it back into the screen. Unless I do output redirection. So instead of echoing it back to me on the screen, I'm telling Echo to please echo the success word and redirect that into the index.html page. Now let me check if that worked. I go back to the home page and I refresh and boom, here we go. I managed to leave my mark on the home page of the target website. I type exit and I go back to my Meterpreter shell. So yes, I did use Metasploit to hack into the target machine, and we've seen Metasploit in the Hacking for Beginners course. So to recap, I managed to create a target from scratch. I've downloaded packages, I uncompressed packages, I set up directories, I set up permissions, I did the whole configuration and setup, and then I showed you how after you successfully break into it, you manage to achieve your objective by finding and editing the index.html page. All of that we managed to do using native Linux commands. obviously with the exception of Metasploit that comes by default installed on Kali. So we did all that without really needing any expert knowledge or any super advanced fancy commands. All of that we managed to do using some native commands that are found on any Linux system. And this is how we can put together all our knowledge and achieve what we just achieved. If you've been following along practically with these videos and recreating all that, then good on you. Well done. This is the best way to learn, by doing and applying this knowledge yourself. Now you're going to take that knowledge and finish the mission of this course. So once you're ready, move on to the next video and find out what your mission for this course is. Good luck.
One thing that I'm very proud about in this course is that you have multiple custom designed targets for you to attack and hack. And this is quite unique to this course because no other online course will offer you that many targets to play around with. And especially not custom made twist, as a matter of fact. I personally had a lot of fun hacking this VM, and I'm sure you guys will have the same fun as well. So please enjoy the target. As always, your mission is to get root access to this VM. And if you find yourself on the forums of hackersacademy.com, make sure you find Steven and ping him with a thank you. And here's a big thank you as well from me, Steven, for creating this VM. And for anybody else, all the students that have been taking this course, if at any point in time you decide that you want to create a fun target for us to experiment with and share with you students, would be more than happy to host your target VM and let students play around a little bit with it. All right, enjoy your mission, and when you're done, let's move on to the next section.
In the first part of this course, we saw how we connected to a port that gave us shell access using Netcat. And like I said, that was one of the easiest, simplest hacks that you will ever do. In this section, we're going to be diving deeper into shell access. So let's together revisit Netcat. And in this example, I'm going to be using Netcat to demonstrate how you can connect to any port. For example, here I'm typing Netcat, the IP address, and I'm connecting to port 80, which we already know is too low, which is going to be more than enough for the purpose of our demonstration. Then I'm going to go to the upload, and this is going to demonstrate the upload functionality. Let me explain what this is. A lot of websites allow you to upload pictures, upload documents, upload videos, and so on. So for example, if you are submitting a job application, there's a very good chance that you will have a functionality on the employer's website that will allow you to upload your CV. Sometimes, however, these upload functionalities can be insecure in such a way that they will allow you to upload whatever you want. So instead of them, for example, controlling the type of the file that you are, is basically a PHP script that when I interact with it, it will allow me to execute and run commands on the underlying operating system. In other words, if I manage to successfully execute this script and access it, I will be able through the script to run commands on the operating system and interact with my target's OS. To go through a little bit of details on what this command does, you see here the shell exec. This is a function in PHP that allows me to execute shell commands. In other words, it allows me to interact with the Linux shell. And then you see the get parameter. What this tells my script is that I am going to be sending commands through the HTTP GET request, which we've already seen using Netcat. And then lastly, I'm using the CMD variable, which we will be seeing in a second in our URL. Let me save and continue. And now what I'll try to do is upload the shell.php file, and fingers crossed it will be accepted by the server. So I'll go to the location where I saved my file, I'll open it, I'll select it, and I'll hit upload. And it looks like it worked. And as you can see here, and this is a very important step when you're doing real penetration testing, you need the location of where the file got uploaded. Because this is a practice website, the location is given to us. Normally, however, it will be uploaded to an uploads directory or something similar. So let's go to this location and try to locate our PHP script. So I'll go to the location, and it looks like I got nothing returned. And this is good news, because normally, if the file does not exist, I will get an error that says the file does not exist. However, because I did not get an error, that means the file actually exists. So what I need to do now is run commands through this script. And this is where the CMD parameter comes in handy. You remember when we created our script, we created the CMD parameter. So I'm going to tell my script, run the CMD parameter with the command ls. And here we go. We get an output that says, this is the content of the directory. Awesome. So we got command execution. We are now able to run commands on the underlying Linux operating system. Let me see if I can leverage this a little bit more. I want to see if I can expand my access a little bit more. Let me see if there's netcat running on the system. So I'm going to type netcat -h for help. And I get this output, which is I can verify this by running a quick nmap scan on port 1234 and the IP address of my target. And as you can see here, the result comes back telling me that the port is open. Similar to what I've done in the first part when I used netcat to connect to the port, I'm going to use it again, this time connecting to port 1234. The situation where you have a shell listening on a port. This is an extremely vulnerable virtual machine that was created for the purpose of being hacked. However, in real life, you will not be so lucky. So you will need to actually create this manually yourself. And this is what we're doing right now. So right now I'm going to be replicating the functionality of port 1524. I'm going to get Netcat to open a port, and instead of just opening the port and doing nothing, I'm going to have it attach the shell to this port so that when I connect to this port, I will be presented by a shell. Let's see how this works. This is where the -E option comes in handy. Remember, I told you we're lucky that this version of Netcat has the -E option. And we have some help output here that tells us how to run it. Now notice that this says this is dangerous, and it is, because this allows anybody who connects to this port, not just you, to get shell access. So you have to be very careful when you do this. The shell, I'm getting the output on the web page. And it says the whomI is a command that is not found, because obviously I made a spelling mistake. But I did not get this output when I had the shell open in Netcat. Again, because this is a non-interactive shell. So now the question is, obviously, is there a way that I can get an interactive shell? A better shell that gives me more feedback and better feedback? And the answer, of course, is yes. We will be seeing how we do that in another section. For now, let's summarize what we've seen so far, because I want to introduce you to another concept. What we've seen so far is that we got access to the system through an upload vulnerability. We were able to upload a PHP. We'll be looking at the incoming connection and thinking, what is this port 1234? This is a very weird port. I'm not going to be allowing any connections to it. And then my attack will fail. And this is why the more common type of shells is called the reverse shell, and which does the exact opposite of the bind shell. So instead of me from my Kali connecting to the shell on Metasploitable, I'm going to get Metasploitable to send me the shell from itself to my Kali. This sounds confusing, I know. This topic actually can and is confusing to anybody who's hearing it for the first time. So please bear with me for a second as I explain this and walk you through what this means. So let me demonstrate to you what a reverse shell looks like. I'm going to change the netcat command. Instead of it listening to a port, I'm going to say execute the bash shell and send it to this IP address, which is my Kali IP address, on port 1234. So now what's going to happen when I hit enter is that netcat is going to execute. You can see that port 1234 is open. It's waiting and listening for an incoming connection. Now I go back to my target and I hit enter, and it looks like nothing's happened. However, if I run any command, you'll see that I'm getting commands to execute. So in other words, what I managed to do is I managed to tell netcat on Metasploitable to execute the bash shell and send it to my Kali IP address on port 1234. In this case, if there was a firewall sitting between me and the Metasploitable machine, the connection now is not incoming. It's not coming from me. On the contrary, the connection is outgoing from Metasploitable to Kali. So the firewall will see that the connection is leaving Metasploitable, and more often than not, it will be allowed to pass through, because as with any corporate environment, most of the computers or the desktops and the laptops are allowed to talk to the internet, but it's not the other way around. So let's recap. I know this session can be a bit confusing, so let's make sure together that we understand the difference between the reverse shell and the buffer. I guarantee you that. Then we recreated this scenario. We managed to get a script uploaded to the Metasploitable machine, and through that we ran netcat, and we told netcat to attach the bash shell to port 1234 and listen on that port, waiting for any connection. Then we used netcat from our Kali to connect to port 1234, and we got presented with a shell. So that was the bind shell. And like I said, if there were a firewall, chances are that we would have gotten blocked. The reverse shell, on the other hand, was when we got access to the Metasploitable machine, and instead of getting netcat to listen on port 1234 on Metasploitable, we got netcat to execute the bash shell and send it to our Kali machine. And of course, we had to specify on what port we wanted netcat to send the shell. In our case, we chose port 1234. And from our side, we needed to be able to catch this shell. We needed to be able to catch this connectivity that was incoming to us. So on our side, we set up netcat to listen to port 1234, and we waited for the connection to come in. And that was the reverse shell. I hope the difference between bind shell and reverse shell is clear. If it's not, please make sure that you review this video and revisit this video and rewatch this video as many times as you want, and make sure that you practically do these exercises. Practice them over and over and over until the concept is clear. This is a very important concept in the world of ethical hacking and penetration testing. Don't go over it unless you are very clear on the difference between bind shell and reverse shell. Once you're happy with your understanding and you're ready, we can move on to the next section.
And to do that, I'm going to use a script called MSF-PC. And that stands for the MSF Venom, or the Metasploit Venom Payload Creator. MSF Venom is a tool that we use to create Metasploit payloads. And like I said, in the advanced courses, we'll be discussing this tool in a lot of details. But for now, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using this tool, which is called MSF-PC, which works with MSF Venom, but makes it a lot more easier to handle or deal with, and slightly prettier as well. So if I use it with the -H option for help,
you'll see that these are all the types of payloads that I can create or generate. So I can create payloads that can infect Windows machines using exe files, or PowerShell, or Linux ELF, which are the Linux executable files, and so on and so forth. And to do that, I need to run the command with certain parameters. So I'm just going to copy all of this, paste the tick to reverse, and then I need to choose whether I want this to be a Metasploit payload or I want it to be a command that I want to execute. I can choose the command option and then decide what command I want to run, or I can go with the Metasploit payload that will give me the Meterpreter shell and that will give me more functionality. So I'm going to stick with the MSF, and then obviously I need to choose the port. In this case, I'm just going to put 4444. Then I need to complete the IP address. In this case, it's going to be my Kali IP address because it's a reverse shell. And last but not least, now of course what I need to do is I need to upload this executable file and then run it on the Linux system. And to do that, I'm going to be introducing you to another web application vulnerability, just for the fun of it, so we can change a little bit. And we're going to be looking at the command execution. The command execution vulnerability, just like the name says, will allow you to run and execute commands on the target system. So without us having to upload a PHP shell in this case, we can immediately run commands on the system. Now you see these things in applications that allow you to do, for example, a ping on other systems, or that allow you to do certain tasks in the background that are then displayed on the front end of the web page or the website. If these functions are misconfigured, you might be able to combine commands together. Normally, these functions will be restricted to what commands you can run. So let's say, for example, there's a website that allows you to ping other websites to check connectivity. This website ideally should be restricted to allowing you to run only the ping command and nothing else but the ping command. However, if it was misconfigured, you might be able to run more than one command together, thus giving you unintentional access to more functionality on the underlying operating system. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So this website says you have a free ping utility. And if you Google this, by the way, you will see other websites that do offer this functionality. So if I put any IP address and I hit the submit button, I should be able to see the ping output, whether I get a reply or not. But what if I try to join this with another command and I do the IP address and which says and run another command, which is the pwd in this case. And as you can see in the output, I get the running directory, which is the /var/www and so on. So I can successfully run more than one command, which is great news for me as somebody who's trying to attack the system. So what else can I do then? Let me verify that the download has succeeded. I'll do the ls command. And here we go. Awesome, I managed to download the file from my Kali onto the Metasploitable machine. Now all I need to do is run this and hopefully I will get my shell back. Of course, before I run this, I need to change it to an executable file. And we've seen how you do that using the chmod command. So I'm going to do back to the Metasploitable window and look at this. We see that the Meterpreter session is open and the session number is 1. To interact with the session, I type sessions -i for interact and the number of the session. Oops, I hit enter a little bit too quickly. So I'm going to just repeat the command. We have it. This is how you can create a backdoor that gives you a Meterpreter shell and how you can catch this shell using your Metasploit framework. Now, obviously here, to be able to take advantage of this, I had to exploit a web application vulnerability, download the executable to the machine, and then run it on the machine. And that was just one way to do it. I could have uploaded it in other ways, or I could have sent it to a user. This section, however, was just a small quick bonus that I wanted to share with you. And like I said, we will be covering this topic in a lot more details in the more advanced courses. All right, once you're ready, let's move on to the next section.
Let me reveal to you some of the techniques that the bad guys use when they compromise a system. I very briefly, if you remember, mentioned interactive and non-interactive shells. If you remember, we saw a shell earlier that wasn't very interactive in its feedback. So I would have an error message that would not appear. There weren't any progress bars when I'm downloading something, and it wasn't very pleasant to deal with. And of course, as an attacker or as an ethical hacker even, I want to get as much interactivity of the system as possible. So in this section, what I'm going to show you is how good guys and bad guys alike convert non-interactive shells into interactive ones. So let me reproduce one of the things that we saw in the earlier videos. I'm going to be setting up Netcat on my Kali machine to listen on port 1234. And then I'm going to go to my PHP shell that I uploaded earlier. And I'm going to send the reverse shell back to my Kali. And if you remember, this is what I told you is a non-interactive shell. So if I do ls, for example, I'll see the output. However, if I do wget and I try to wget something, I wouldn't see the progress bar or any output. So I wouldn't know if the command has finished running or not. But if I type the wrong command, I don't get any output. But now if I terminate the shell, you'll see all these error messages that should have been presented on my shell being presented on the web page. Assuming I don't have visibility of this web page, I would have had no idea what was going on in the background. Here, now I can tell that the wget command, for example, failed. But assuming I don't have the luxury of being able to see the output on the web page, which by the way is a very common scenario, I wouldn't be able to know what's going on with my shell and I would have had to go on blindly. So let me cut this. On another terminal, I'm going to run netcat again, but this time I'm going to be listening on port 4444. Can you guess why? I hope you guessed because I want to catch the PHP shell. If you guessed that, you're absolutely right. And what I'm doing here is I'm posting the command on my non-interactive shell. I'm hitting enter, and then I'll go back to the other prompt and look at that. This is what an interactive shell looks like. It looks completely different, as if I'm running on the system like any user, like I'm logged into the system. You see the user at the name of the host, the directory that I'm at, the $sign that tells me I'm a non-root user. If I do who am I get the output. If I do a wget, I'll get the output. If I do a command that does not exist, I'll get an error that says the command is not found. And this is a perfectly interactive shell, which is every bad guy's dream on a hacked system. So this is how the bad guys do it, how they can convert a non-interactive shell to an interactive shell. And you, as a good guy ethical hacker, you can also use these techniques on your pen testing engagement. Alright, once you made sure that you fully understand this concept, we can move on to the next section.
On the topic of bad guys, I'm going to be showing you some web shells that are commonly used by the bad guys and that we see commonly on hacked systems. If you remember, the first PHP shell that we uploaded was a very basic, simple one. It was one line of code that allowed us to run some commands. The bad guys, however, use shells that are a lot more sophisticated than this. Let me show you an example. If you go to Google and look for PHP web shells, you get a number of links. All of these contain web shells of different variety and different complexity and different functionality. I'm going to go to the first link on GitHub, and all of these shells that you see here, if not all of them, most of them, are web shells that are commonly used by bad guys. So these are web shells that you see on hacked systems. The C99 shell, for example, a few years ago was a very common one. And if you look at the code of this shell, look at the difference between this and the one-liner that we created. So let us use this shell. Let's see what it does. I'm going to save this page and I'm going to name it c99.php. And then I'm going to go back to my damn an interactive shell on your Kali box. And if you want to do an extra step, use the MSFPC tool that we saw to create a backdoor, upload this backdoor, run it to get a reverse interpreter shell. So try and combine everything that we've done in this course through this shell. Again, upload this shell to the Metasploitable machine, which should be very easy because you just have to follow what I did. And then from this shell, first get an interactive shell using PHP or Python or whatever, and then create a Metasploitable payload, upload it through this web shell, and get a interpreter reverse shell. Give that a try. When you're ready, we'll move on to the next section. Well done on getting so far in this course, and congratulations on persevering. I know for a fact that it must have been difficult at some times to continue. There's been some points of frustration, but that's absolutely normal. And let me tell you, I've been there. So the fact that you made it this far says a lot about you. So I want to take a second to say congratulations and to prepare you for the coming section. In the coming section, we're going to be putting everything that we learned together. We're going to be taking a real life scenario to walk you through a real hack that you need. And then when you decide that you're done, whether you successfully finish the mission or whether you give up, which I hope you never do, then move on to the rest of the section where I'm going to be walking you through how I would exploit this machine from a bad guy's perspective and from a good guy's perspective. All right, I'll leave it to you. I wish you good luck. And when you're ready, we'll move on to the next sections.
So let us begin. The first thing, as always, is that I want to identify the IP address of my target machine. In a real-life scenario, it would be as simple as finding the website of the company that's being targeted and then pinging the URL, or doing some more research to discover what IP addresses they have. In our case, because it's a VM that I'm giving to you, we're going to be doing the same exercise that we've done earlier after we boot the VM. And I'm going to be using the Net Discover tool to do a discovery on the range of my VM. And as you can see here, I have a number of IP addresses. The one that I'm going to be targeting is the 192.168.190.132. Obviously, for you, it's going to be something different. Now that I have identified the IP address, the second step is going to be for me to discover what services are running on this IP address or what ports are open. And to do that, I'm going to be using everybody's favorite tool, Nmap. And I'll do nmap -v for verbose, -sv to see the versions of the services that are being detected, and -p- which says scan all ports from 0 to 65535. And then obviously I need to put the IP address. I'll let that run. So I'll go ahead and open the web browser. I'll put the IP address followed by :8080. And I get presented by a web page. So this is great news. That means that I was able to successfully identify the service running on port 8080, which is a web service, despite the fact that Nmap wasn't able to clearly identify what the service is. It looks like a pretty simple website without much going on. However, what catches my attention is this small tag here that says powered by struts. And if I hover the mouse over it, it looks like it's a clickable link. So let me click on that. And indeed, it is a clickable link. It redirects me to another link that says welcome and some kind of information about something called struts. So that means if I were to target this IP address, my options look fairly limited. There's only one service running, which we identified to be a web service. And there's also something called struts running on it, which as of now, I don't have a lot of information on. I need to be doing a little bit more research about it. So the next step is I'm going to fire up a vulnerability scanner and try to scan the target machine. Hopefully, I will be able to find some vulnerabilities that I can quickly exploit. So let's go ahead and do that. However, I don't have a valid username, and without that, chances are my attack is going to fail, because I will be trying to guess the password for a username that I'm not sure if it exists on the system or not. So that doesn't look like it's going to be a fruitful venue of attack. I need to be thinking of something else. So I'll leave that for now, but I'm going to be doing more vulnerability scanning using a different technique in the next video. In this video, you will be introduced to a new technique in vulnerability scanning, something that you haven't seen in the course up until now. We're not going to be using traditional vulnerability scanners, such as used not only for vulnerability scanning, but for doing a lot of other things like password attacks, more advanced enumeration, and so on. In our case though, we're going to be using it to scan for specific particular vulnerabilities, and this is where the NSE shines. But before we jump into that, let me continue with my thought process. So what do we know so far? We started by scanning the IP address and we found out two pieces of information. The first one is that there's a port that is closed, and that indicates that this port might be protected by a firewall. This is my first key piece of information. Scanning engine has a whole bunch of scripts that is stored under the user/share/nmap/scripts. You see all of these scripts? All of these are scripts that will scan for vulnerabilities, that will attempt to brute force password, that will take advantage of some misconfigurations, or that will actually investigate some misconfigurations. So what I'd like to do is I want to find out if there's a script that is specific to the CVE that I'm trying to detect, which is CVE 2017. I was looking at the contents of the scripts directory. All the CVEs were written in lowercase. So I need to do one of two things, either change CVE to lowercase or use the -i option, which tells grep to ignore the case. Whether it's uppercase or lowercase, it doesn't matter anymore. So I'll go with the -i option, and here we go. It looks like there's an NSE script that I can use to detect whether this vulnerability exists on my target or not. So let me go ahead and use that. To do that, I do nmap -p8080 because now I'm only scanning to give it the URL to scan it. So I'll go and Google the script. I'll type nmap and the name of the script. And I'll read a little bit more about it. And as you can see here, there are certain arguments that I can pass on to the script so that it becomes more accurate in its scanning. And one of these arguments is the URL path. And the default, as you can see in the description, is the root path. So it doesn't take any URL unless I specifically tell it what URL to scan. So let's revisit the URL. I'll go back and click on Powered by Struts, and this is the URL that I am getting redirected to. I'll copy that and I'll go back to the nmap scan. And now, of course, I need to feed the scan the URL, the correct argument. And to do that, I use the --scripts -args to tell the script that I'm going to be introducing an argument to you. But what is the argument? It's the path. So it's path equal, and I'll paste the URL here. So now what I'm doing is I'm being very specific in my scan. I'm scanning on port 8080 only, exploit for this vulnerability. If there is a module in Metasploit that I can use to go ahead and take advantage of this vulnerability and exploit it, so that I can get access to my target. Now that I discovered that a vulnerability exists on my target, I'm hoping that I'll be able to find an exploit that will allow me to use and utilize this vulnerability to break into my target. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to research the number and try and figure out if there's a Metasploit exploit for it. So I'm looking for 2017 5638 and Metasploit. And I don't have to look very far because the first link tells me that there is actually a Metasploit exploit module if we manage to get the exploit running successfully. So let us set up the exploit. There's a few things that we need to configure here, the first being the rhost. So I'll start by setting the rhost, which is the target IP address. And I'll say set rhost and I'll paste the IP. Oops, I just made a quick mistake here. Let me fix that to 132. And I'll run quick check. Remember when I told you some exploit modules are configured correctly? And one of the things that catches my eye very quickly is the target URI. That's the same thing that gave us a bit of a hassle with Nmap. When we did the first scan with Nmap using the NSE, we didn't get any results back because our URI was incorrect. And it looks like it's the same case here with Metasploit. So I need to fix that. Let me go ahead and copy the URL that I want to test. And I'm going to set the target URI to the URI that I would like to test. Completed, but no session was created. This is one of the most frustrating errors that you'll see when you're doing penetration testing. As a matter of fact, I get a lot of questions all the time about this. The target is vulnerable, I run the exploit, it completes successfully, but no session is created. I don't get a shell. What's going on? Why is this happening? I'll tell you why. Because every exploit with Metasploit has a number of payloads that you can use. What do I mean by payload? There's a very specific reason why I introduced you to a whole section on shells, bind shells, reverse shells, creating payloads using the MSF Venom payload creator, and so on. The reason because all of these shells are designed to do different functions. So for example, you might upload a backdoor that will give you a reverse shell. You might upload a backdoor that will give you a bind shell. Or you might upload an executable that will run a certain command without giving you a shell. For example, you might add an administrator account. All things. Most of the exploits that we've seen so far would give us one of two things. Either a reverse shell, which gives us access to the Linux shell, the native Linux shell, or a reverse meterpreter shell, which gives us access to a meterpreter shell. In this case, we just fire up the exploit without knowing exactly what payload we're using. So now we're going to be doing something a little bit more advanced, and we're going to try and experiment with different payloads, because I have a sneaky suspicion that whatever payload is being used by default did not execute successfully. This is why the exploit runs and completes, but we do not get a session, meaning that the payload, the reverse shell or the bind shell or whatever payload is happening is not running or executing successfully. So let's try and change that. Let's try and use a different payload. And to do that, I need to see what kind of payloads I have used with this exploit. That's a very long list. I'm going to go with one of the safest, simplest payloads, which is almost guaranteed to work all the time. And this is the cmd/unix/reverse. So this is not as fancy as a meterpreter shell, but that should give me a reverse Unix shell. Very similar to what we've done when we did the netcat reverse shell. In that example, I used port 1234. In this example, the default port is set to 4444. So I'm going to leave that as is. And then going back to the netcat example, I also needed to specify my Kali IP, because the reverse shell was going to be sent to me and I had to catch it on my Kali machine. And this is what the lhost means. So lhost here is the IP address of my Kali. Because it's going to be a reverse shell, it will be sent from the target to my Kali machine. So I need to specify my local host, the local IP address of my Kali. Equally, the L port means local port, which is the port that I will open on my Kali machine to receive the shell. I hope this makes sense and I hope it's clear. If not, please go back and revisit the shells section. Alright, let me run this and see what will happen. I'll hit run. And as you can see, the first line here says that it started the handler on my Kali on port 4444. And hopefully by now we know what the handler is because we've seen that in the shell section. And boom, we have a command shell session 1 open. Fantastic. So I have a reverse shell now running target machine. So I'm definitely running on the target machine with root access. This is fantastic. So now that I have root access, I don't need to be escalating my privileges. I'm already root. However, like I said, the mission does not stop here. I need to find the database of credit cards and dump the information of the credit cards and move it to my Kali machine. Now, the fact that I don't need to escalate my privileges is all well and good, but I still need to run through the post-exploitation activities that we talked about throughout this course. And one of the first things that I told you we do after post-exploitation is check whether we're running as root or not. This is done. The next thing is I want to find out what other services are running on this machine and what other connections are happening between this machine and other machines, if any. And if you remember, to do that, we use the netstat command. So I'm going to do netstat -a_ntp, and let's look together at the results. Now this looks interesting because as you can see here, There's a MySQL daemon, which is the MySQL server running locally on this machine. There's also an SSH server. And the fact that I say this is interesting is because if you remember when we did the Nmap, none of these showed up in the results. So what this tells me is that these services are running locally but are not being accessible remotely over the network. In other words, now that I have access to the machine and I'm on this machine locally as if I'm running on the machine locally, I should be able to get access to these services that are MySQL and SSH. So perhaps it's something to do with the SSH configuration. Let me try and check. Similar to what we've done in the previous sections, I'll use Nano to look at the SSH config file. I want to figure out why is it that I cannot access the config file. And I'll tell you why. The reason is because this is a non-interactive shell. Nano is an interactive program. When you try to save a change, you get a prompt that says, "Are you sure?" And then you can select the name of the file and then you hit the Y button and then you proceed. So Nano is a fairly interactive program. But the shell that we have access to right now is non-interactive. So let's try to convert this to an interactive shell like we've seen in the previous section. I'll go ahead and look up the reverse shell cheat sheet. And of course, before I use the Python or the PHP, I need to double check whether any of these packages are already installed. And this is where we get to the second bit of our post-exploitation activity. If you remember, I told you when we break into a machine, I would be very interested to find out what packages are running and what versions they are. So let me see if PHP is installed on this machine. I'll do dpackage, which is a command that we've seen before, -L to list the packages, and I'm going to grep for PHP. That is going to be Python because this is a Linux box and most Linux boxes ship with Python. There's a very good chance that Python will actually be installed on the system. And to verify this, I'll do dpackage -L and I'll grep for Python. And as you can see here, I get an output that a lot of Python packages actually exist on this system. And I can verify this by typing Python -H and I'll get the help menu output for Python. So now I know that I can try and use Python to get my interactive reverse shell. Now, you might be wondering, why am I not using Netcat? We've seen how to use Netcat before. It looks pretty straightforward and simple. Why am I not using Netcat? If you've been wondering that, that's a very good question. Let me show you why. Let's do nc-help to see the help output for Netcat. Do you notice anything missing here? Anything that we've seen on the Metasploitable box that we cannot see here, equivalent to the L host in Metasploit, which is my local host, the IP address of my Kali. The L port or the local port is 1234. I'll leave it as is. And I'm going to change that to /bin/bash. Of course, before I run this, I need to run netcat on my Kali to be able to catch the shell. So I'm going to do nc-nlvp, listening on port 1234. I'll go back to the target, I'll paste the command, I'll hit enter, I'll tell you why. Because although this is an interactive shell, we didn't get it through a terminal. When we run something like SSH and connect to a host remotely, we open a terminal, we use SSH to connect to the system, and then we get a shell in that terminal. However, in this case, we managed to break into the target, we managed to get a shell, but that did not happen through a terminal on the target. And this is why when we first started this course, I began by telling you the difference between the terminal and a pain in the neck. What I want to try and do now is try to get terminal access, a fully interactive shell in a terminal. But the challenge here is that for me to get that, I need to make sure that the SSH service is accessible remotely. Because as of now, I cannot access the SSH service from my Kali onto the target. So let me see if there's something I can do about this. Let's do a quick recap of where we're at so far. So far, we managed to compromise our target using a struts vulnerability, and we immediately got root access. We got lucky with that, so we didn't need to escalate any privileges. However, the mission didn't stop here. We still have to find the credit card information. We still need to access the credit card database. But the server didn't appear to have any database accessible remotely. However, when we did our initial post-exploitation discovery, we found out that there were at least 2 services running that are not accessible remotely. And these were the SSH service and the MySQL service. So we formulated a theory that the SSH service is running. However, there might be something in the configuration file that we need to change for us to be able to access this host remotely using SSH. Keeping in mind as well the other piece of information that we gathered from the Nmap scan, the fact that there was a port that appeared to be closed and protected by a firewall. So after we compromised the host, we tried to get an interactive shell, and we were successful in doing that. How no to yes. So now if I'm able to successfully upload this file back onto my target, I would have changed the config file to allow remote root login. To be able to do that, of course, I need to start the Apache service on my Kali machine. I'll go back to the target machine, and I'm going to create a copy of the original SSHD config file. I can do that using the move command. Now, on the target machine, I'm going to use wget to go and fetch the SSH config from my Kali and upload it to the target machine. So I'll do wget http, the IP address of my Kali machine. SSH service is running. However, the port is being protected by a firewall. Let's see in the next video if we can do something about this. We already have 2 indications of a firewall being present. The first was our access to port 22. Now, this is where the perspective of the bad guy kicks in. Let me be very clear about this. As a penetration tester, as an ethical hacker, if you're doing a job for a client and you manage to break into a system, the last thing that you want to do is to change any configuration on the system unless you have their explicit permission and they are very clear about the fact that you can do that. 99.9% of the time, this isn't something that you're allowed to do or should be doing. Change the configuration of the firewall to allow SSH. And now if I look at the status of the firewall again, I can see that SSH is now being allowed. So if I go back to my Kali machine and I rerun the Nmap scan, as you would expect, SSH port is now reported to be open. So now I can use the SSH command to try and log into the remote machine using the root user. And that will give me a fully interactive shell within a terminal. As if I'm sitting on my Kali machine, I'll be sitting on the target machine. Again, this is something that I would never ever do in a professional engagement. This is just the perspective of the bad guy. A bad guy wouldn't care less. So I'll go ahead and change the password for the root user. If you're following along and doing the exercise yourself, just set it to whatever you want. I'll hit enter. I'll accept the key. I'll punch in the password. And here we go. I'm logged in. Now if I try to nano the SSH machine using 3 different shells consecutively at the same time. So if for whatever reason the connection with Metasploit terminates, I still have 2 shells. If the reverse shell for whatever reason drops or terminates, I still have access through SSH. So I can log back into the system whenever I want without having to re-exploit it. And this is one of the post-exploitation activities that we talked about. Getting access to SSH so you do not have to exploit the system over and over again. So keep that in mind. This is now the first way that as a bad guy, I managed to backdoor the system and get access without having to exploit it using SSH. Alright, having done all that, let's not forget that our mission is still to find the credit card database and get access to it. So let's keep going. So far, we've been working on solidifying our access to the target. We managed to get multiple shells, we reset the root password, we got SSH access, and we made sure that if for whatever reason one of our shells get terminated or we lose access for one reason or another, we can still get back into the system without having to re-exploit it. So now that we have achieved some kind of persistence, the root username, and I'm going to leave the password as blank. I'm not going to enter a password, I'll just hit enter, and unfortunately, I get an access denied error. So it looks like the system admin did protect the MySQL service with a password. Now remember that we previously reset the root password, and that might have been a hasty decision. And I say that because, as we're going to be seeing in this video, we're going to attempt to crack the passwords of the different users. And should we have been able to crack the password of the root user, it might have been the same password for the MySQL database. Now, because I've created this challenge for you, I know it's not. However, I'm walking you through what could be a real-life scenario. Because we've all been guilty in password reuse. As a matter of fact, some of the highest profile hacks that happened because of password reuse. And password reuse is when you choose a password for one of your accounts. Let's take the example of emails, for example. So you choose a password for your Gmail and you use the same password for your Hotmail and you use the same password for your Facebook and Twitter and so on. So if somebody was able to get hold of used to log into the MySQL database. Now again, because I set this challenge up, I know that's not the case. I'm only raising this as a point so that you can keep it in mind when you break into a system. One of the things that we talked about in post-exploitation is to go after the password hashes and try to crack the passwords. And this is why. So we know it's not the root password. We know it's not a blank password. Let's see if it is one of the other users' passwords that might have been used to protect the MySQL service. And to crack the passwords, I need to do two things. I need to grab the password file, which we know by now is under the /etc/ it has a password and I managed to crack it. I will not be able to use this username to log in remotely because it doesn't have a shell. However, if you look at the other user that is called webdev, it does have /bin/bash towards the end. So if somehow I'm able to guess or crack the webdev user's password, I will be able to use this to log in remotely using SSH. So I'll copy this file. So when the password is already cracked, John will not re-crack it again. And I've done this on purpose because this is one of the most common questions that I get. Why is John not showing me the cracked passwords? And this is because it already cracked it, and if you try to run John again on the same file, it will not re-crack the passwords. To be able to see the cracked passwords, all you have to do is type John --show and then the name of the file, which is /crack. And here we go. This is the username and the password of the user that was cracked. Alright, so now I have the password of the user webdev. Let me see if I can use this password to log into the MySQL server. So I'll go back to the target's terminal. I'll type MySQL -u root and might in the next video.
So now I'm completely focused on trying to guess the password to access the MySQL database. I know there's a MySQL service running on my target and I want to access it because I'm hoping that it contains the credit card information. And lastly, I need to decide on the target, which in this case is the local host or the home IP address of 127.0.0.1 because I'm attacking a local service. Now I'm ready to let Hydra run, so I hit enter and I'll wait for the result, which comes back fairly quickly with Hydra telling me that it managed to successfully identify the password for the root user on the MySQL service. Brilliant! So now I can actually try and log into the MySQL database, hoping that I'll be able to find the credit card information. So let's see if we are able to get our hands on this information in the next video. So we're almost there. We're just a few steps away from getting our hands on the credit card information. We now have access through root and the name of the database, which is Equihacks, and a semicolon. Now I want to see what tables exist in the database. So I'm going to do show tables, semicolon, and I get only one table that's named customers. Let's see what kind of information the customers table has. I'm going to do select star, and star, like we've seen before, is a wildcard that means everything. So select everything from customers, which is the name of the table, and a semicolon. And look at that. This is all the customer information that deals with my target. I have the first name, the last name, the email address, and the credit card number of every single user. Now, this is obviously a dummy database that I've created for you guys, and it's just 100 rows, 100 entries. In real life, this is going to be thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of records. So yes, of course, I can copy paste this stuff and call it a day. However, I want to treat this as a real life scenario, a text file. And to do that, I'm going to use the select command again, but instead of displaying the output on the screen, I'm going to redirect the output onto a file by using the command into, out file, and the name of the file. Now, what I want to do, what I have in mind as a plan is this. I'm going to redirect the output into a file that I'm going to create in the root directory of Apache. Because if I'm successful doing that, that means all I have to do is just browse to the file using my was the var www directory does not exist. So if I do ls/var/www, it looks like it really doesn't exist. If you think about it for a second, yes, I do have a web server running. However, it's running on port 8080. And when we did the nmap scan, the service scan returned the web server to be the Tomcat manager. So that tells me something. That tells me that the Tomcat manager might actually exist in a different directory, different than the Apache directory that we're used to. So after a little bit of research, I hit on port 8080 / the name of the file which should exist now on the root directory. I'll hit enter and here we go. I get a pop-up message that says, here's the file, do you want to download it? I'll say yes, opening it with the archive manager. Now, of course, I can do that on the command line using wget and untar it on the command line, but I think by now you had enough of the command line, so let's use the graphical interface for once in this course. I'll open the cc.txt file, and here we go. I have managed to successfully download all the credit card information from my target system. Now that was a long section filled with twists and turns and pitfalls, and I intentionally kept all these mistakes in this video because I wanted you to see that whenever we're trying to do a penetration test or an ethical hack, it's not always straightforward. So I intentionally wanted to walk you through the thought process of how to scan a target, how to investigate certain ports and services, how to manually look a little bit further, how to find a vulnerability, exploit it, even though we fail sometimes, try again, try in different ways, try to configure the exploit properly, and so on. I could have very easily done this in a different way. I could have just shown you how the hack happens from beginning to end in a 2-minute video. But that would have definitely not given you the same benefit if I just handed you out the answer. This is why I wanted you to try this mission first, and I wanted you to try and maybe fail a few times before you succeed in getting access to the credit card database. And then I wanted to show you how I would have done that from beginning to the end, with all the mistakes and the pitfalls and the tries and the retries. And one of the reasons why I set up this mission for you is because I wanted you to revisit the post-exploitation slides. I told you that one thing that's quite unique about this course, and that makes it very different than other courses, is the fact that we do emphasize on post-exploitation, because as you already know by now, getting access to the target is not. However, we did also explore who else was available on the system, what other users existed on the system, and we managed to find one other user, the web dev user, and that gave us yet another way to be able to re-log back into the system should we have lost our first shell access. And on top of that, we found out that the web dev user can use sudo on any program, effectively meaning that the web dev user could change into root or could behave as root. Now, of course, there's quite a few more post-exploitation techniques that we talked about that were not covered in this particular scenario because it's almost impossible to just jam everything in one target for you guys. So that would be a little bit tricky. Having said that, we did cover some of the most important post-exploitation techniques. So I hope that you guys understood everything we talked about. If not, as always, please revisit the videos, try the exercises manually, and if you still have any questions, we're available on the Hackers Academy forums. Just log in, post any questions you want, and you will get your answer in no time. Now, on to your mission. You didn't think you're going to finish this section without a mission, did you? When we got our first shell using Metasploit, so we set up the exploit, the struts exploit, we fired the exploit, and we got our shell. The first shell was a non-interactive shell. To get an interactive shell, what we had to do is use a Python command that gives us a reverse shell that we were catching on the Kali machine. So we had two shells. We had the Metasploit shell using the struts vulnerability, and from there we launched another shell that we caught using Netcat on our Kali. So we had two shells. Now what I'd like you to do is find a way to get an interactive shell without executing a reverse shell. In other words, when you fire up the exploit using Metasploit and when you get your non-interactive shell, find a way or find a command that you can run on the system that will change the non-interactive shell into an interactive shell without having to connect back to Kali. You can also use Python for that. The second part of the mission is you have to steal the SSH keys for the root user. Make sure that the SSH keys work, and if they do, that will give you yet another way to log back into the system without having to re-exploit it. And the last bit is find their network, which is quite common unfortunately. The files would have been downloaded without anybody being tipped off. So that was a lot of talking from me, just to say that the third part of your mission is to download the credit card information using SSH instead of HTTP. Once you're done with all that, we can move on to the next section. Whoa, so that was a long trip of me talking and hopefully you hacking and having fun. We've learned so much in this course we cover whatsoever. Please make sure to ask. That's it from me. Once again, congratulations on completing the course and thank you so much for being part of the Hackers Academy family. I hope I see you on hackersacademy.com. I wish you all the best and happy ethical hacking.